आचार्य रेवरेंड आचार्य given us this blessing. So I would start.
वन्दे लोकतिलकं शाश्वतवार्त विभूषणम् अमरकृत्युत्सारणम् प्रबुद्धं लोकमानसम् सुखजीवनम् प्रणया प्रमत्ता जगदीपनौ वन्दे जीवनम् सत्पुरुषम्।
प्रेममय श्री श्री ठाकुर अंकुल चंद्र जी की, परमराध्या जगत जननी श्री श्री बड़मा की, परमराध्या जगत जननी श्री श्री बड़मा की, परमराध्या जगत जननी श्री श्री बड़मा की, परम पूज्य पाद श्री श्री बड़दा की, परम पूज्य पाद श्री श्री बड़दा की, परम पूज्य पाद श्री श्री बड़दा की, परम पूज्य पाद श्री श्री आचार्य देव की, परम पूज्य पाद श्री श्री आचार्य देव की, परम पूज्य पाद श्री श्री आचार्य देव की। वंदे पुरुषोत्तमं वंदे आर्य पितॄन् वंदे मातृवर्गं वंदे अहं कृष्णदैवतं वंदे पुरुषोत्तमं वंदे पुरुषोत्तमं परम प्रेममय श्री श्री ठाकुर अंकुल चंद्र जी की जय।
Start with the prayer now. We can also sit down and we'll start with Guru Vandana.
गुरु ब्रह्मा गुरु विष्णु गुरुदेव महेश्वर गुरुरेव परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। अखण्डमण्डलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। अज्ञानोदयन्तस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। व्याप्तं येन विश्वं चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। चिद्रूपेण परिव्याप्तं त्रैलोक्यं सचराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। न गुरुरधिकं तत्त्वं न गुरुरधिकं तप तत्त्वज्ञानात् परं नास्ति तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। मन्नाथो श्री जगन्नाथो मद्गुरु श्री जगद्गुरु मदात्मा सर्वभूतात्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। गुरुरादिनाथीश्वर गुरु परमदैवतं गुरु परतरं नास्ति तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। ब्रह्मानन्दं परमशुभदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं दण्डातीतं गगनसदृशं दत्तमशादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं त्रिगुणवचनं सर्वधीशास्त्रिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं त्वां नमामि सद्गुरुं त्वां नमामि सद्गुरुं त्वां नमामि।
Sure, Guru, we'll meditate for 5 minutes.
No sound at all.
পরম প্রেমময় ঠাকুরের শ্রীহস্ত লিখিত সত্যানুসন্ধান প্রতিবাদ। ধর্মকে জানা মানে বিষয়ের মূল কারণকে জানা, আর তাই জানাই জ্ঞান। ওই মূলের দিকে অনুরক্তি ভক্তি, আর ভক্তির তারতম্য অনুসারে জ্ঞানের তারতম্য হয়। যতটুকু অনুরক্তিতে যতটুকু জানা যায়, ভক্তি আর জ্ঞান ততটুকুই হয়। परम प्रेममय श्री सत्संग सर हिंदी अनुवाद। धर्म को जानने का अर्थ है विषय के मूल कारण को जानना, और वही जानना ज्ञान है। उस मूल के प्रति अनुरक्ति ही है भक्ति, और भक्ति के तारतम्यानुसार ही ज्ञान का भी तारतम्य होता है। जितनी अनुरक्ति से जितना जाना जाता है, भक्ति और ज्ञान भी उतना ही होता है।
To know dharma is to know the root cause of end, and to know that is wisdom. Attachment toward the source is devotion, and wisdom is in proportion to the degree of devotion. Devotion and wisdom will be as much as is gained through that attachment.
Next, I would request our dearest Jeffrida to please come up and give the small welcome note for everyone.
Welcome, brothers and mothers of Satsang, to this beautiful occasion, to the thank of Priyam, his wife Anusha, who did a lot of work to get this done, and I'm personally very grateful and appreciative. It's certainly an honor to be here with everybody, and it's a real blessing for us to be together to inspire each other in our love for Thakur, and to the concept of being and becoming. Okay, you want to repeat that? Anyway, I think the idea of Satsang is, and being devoted to Sri Sri Thakur is about personal development, being and becoming, and that means growing as an individual amongst our brotherhood and motherhood. And it's every day we have to do the proper things in terms of Jaja and Dvakanishwariti, and follow the philosophy of Thakur and our own personal development, which a lot has to do with meditation, in my opinion. I believe strongly in meditation. And each of us individually have to do as well to become a more developed and a better person and a more peaceful existence, which I think we all are trying to achieve. So, and to be able to accomplish that amongst our group of Satsangis makes life a lot easier. Otherwise, we all not struggle, but we have to deal with everyday issues of work and family life and whatever we have to deal with. So when we're together as brothers and mothers, it's a lot more fun, enjoyable, relaxing, and I think from my personal perspective, inspiring to be with all of you. So welcome and enjoy the festivities of today and each other's company and your love for Thakur and our charity dev. And I just would say thank you for coming and enjoying it.
Thank you so much. So we have Jai Guru, everyone. Thank you, Jeffrida, for the wonderful welcome note for all the brothers and mothers who have come from all through the country. We have Ori Shankarda, who came all over from Arizona. We have brothers and mothers who have come from New York, New Jersey, Delaware. And these are far off places. Somebody was telling me, I now understand you drive so much to come to New York. I can't even put in miles how much people have traveled over here. Thank you from the core of my heart again to everyone. And once again, we are here in this day because of a lot of people, some of whom are with us, some of whom are probably not with us. And this day is to everyone. This day is celebrating David the, Isla, Jeffrey the, Susan Ma, their entire lives that they have given to build this place. Without that, we would not have been able to come over here. We would not be standing over here today, singing praises of our loved Lord. And this all happens by His blessing. So once again, thanks to all of you for making this possible. I went to Devghar in the month of April. I was fortunate to meet Param Pujyapad Acharya Dev, and with his holy blessing, we are here today doing the first Utsav, annual Satsang in Connecticut. And this is a sheer blessing that with His, and this is a proof that with His blessing, what is possible. Like even a few months ago, we were fighting with COVID. And look at us now, we are all sitting together. Probably after 2.5 years, again we have all congregated together for the first time, I think, to do something this big. So I would like to just give an overview of what we are going to do today as part of the Connecticut annual Satsang. So we started with the 2 to 2:30 schedule where we had the inauguration, and then we had the welcome note from dear Jeffrey. And this is going to, so we have time until 2:30, and from 2:30 onwards, 2:30 to 3:30, we are going to have a seminar. So in this seminar, we'll have our very near and dear brothers and mothers who have come all over from far away to hear, and they will be discussing a lot of different topics. And all this is to introduce Sri Thakur to the entire world again. Many of us probably know about Sri Thakur. Many of us are hearing for the first time. Many of us have known Sri Thakur for a few years. But this is an opportunity for us to look in details at a lot of topics that he has spoken about for our being and becoming, for this entire philosophy, where our being and becoming, which is the only thing that is challenged in every perspective of our life, how we can deal with it. So we'll give it a few more minutes for our preparation. And again, I would like to thank all of you for everything. And I would just like to call out a few names. I'm not going to leave anybody. I'll be calling everybody's name out today multiple times. Thanks to Jeffrey for providing me with so much inspiration when I came back, and I had almost a 2.5 hours discussion with Jeffrey on how to proceed with it. And he actually just spoke to me, gave me all the information that I needed and how I should proceed. Thank you so much, Jeffrey. Thanks to Shurangranda. Shurangranda and me, we have been running for the last so many days. And I would like to just mention that the first time when I came back from India, I had a quick meeting with the Guru Brothers in my residence, where King Shubda, he was here before and he has come back again. We are so fortunate that the Lord has sent him to us just before the Utsav. King Shubda joined us, Gautam joined us, Sudarshan Vijama joined us, and Suranjana Rosalima joined us. And it all started from there, and this has been just a 1.5 month journey, which helped us come to this point. So I'm so fortunate to have a family over here, so far away from our homes. And I have nothing but gratitude for all of you. Thank you. Joy Guru. We'll prepare for the seminar and we'll start in just 4 minutes. Thank you.
Jai Guru, everyone. I hope everyone is doing great right now. It's a beautiful day outside, and it's a great day to have first ever Connecticut. And I see a lot of faces outside of Connecticut, which is great. And thank you so much for traveling and coming to us in a beautiful event. So we still have a couple of minutes. If you want a bathroom break or anything, somewhere you can do that. And I want all of you to please sit down from 2:30 to 3:30 because I believe this is going to be the most important event of the whole program. So this is going to be a seminar. There are going to be 4 speakers. They are going to be talking about 4 different topics, but then at the same time, they'll be merging those 4 topics and then talking about why we are here today and why this is important. So I'll be coming back again in a couple of minutes. Thank you. And there's food at the back, so if you're hungry, you can grab that and listen to the speech while you eat. Thank you. All right, Jai Guru, everyone. So we will start our seminar. This is supposed to be more of an interactive session with people. So when the speakers, there are going to be 4 speakers when they speak, And if you have any questions for them, and I encourage you to have questions for them, because this is the point of the whole seminar. And so you can reach out to me or Suranjan Dao or Priyam Dao or anyone that you know. So the first topic that we are going to talk about is being a Thakur. So everyone here has been saying being and becoming for more than 10 times, but do we know what that actually means? So why Thakur said being and becoming is the most important thing, and what's the relevance of being and becoming, and why is it important for human civilization for today's age? So without further ado, I'm going to ask Gauri Shankarda to come on and give a talk about being and becoming in Sri Sri Thakur. Thank you.
My heartiest Ram and Jaguru to all the respected and dear holy Pandit and Karmis, workers of Sri Thakur, mother, brother, little children, and all my dear friends. When Priyamda, before I just spoke about the topic given to me by Srijan, I just wanted to thank you, Priyamda. Coming in Connecticut was a dream for me, and to attend the Utsav of our Supreme Beloved, Sri Thakur, was a moment I will always remember. Coming here in this state is so very dear to me, and so thank you for giving me this opportunity. I wanted to tell a little story of my beloved teacher, Sri Thakur. There was a boy in the remote village of Bangladesh in Pabna. He was a small boy, and it was a mathematics exam, and he was getting delayed. That his mom got very angry. He said that you are getting so much delay, you're not going to pass the mathematics exam today. Thakur, at a very young age, was very upset. He went to the exam hall and saw the paper, and he was knowing everything, and tears started rolling through his eyes. And his teacher, the invigilator, came and asked Sri Thakur, who was a young child at that time, why don't you write anything? Imagine the answer what he gave. Sri Thakur said, if I write all the answer, my mother, what she said will be falsified. I don't want to make my mother false, so I won't write anything. Imagine the kind of love Sri Thakur had for his mother. That defines him. We call Sri Thakur the master of being and becoming. Our beloved teacher of millions and millions of people, talked about being and becoming his entire life. What is being, what is becoming? Thakur says the source of the source of all the source of all isms existence. I'm not able to quote that properly, but he says about that everything what we do it's for our own existence, and no existence, no isms. So when we take birth, there is a process involved. How a good child, or how we take birth, how we land in this world, and then we grow, right? So that is becoming. So Sri Thakur has touched upon various aspects of life. He has changed the religion or dharma in a little different way. He has not changed, he has said, he has advocated in those ways. Like everything we do, like how to lead a good life, right? How to be a good student, how to be a good father, how to be a good husband, how to be a good child. And he said in every and many areas of life, right? Like from agriculture, from industry, from business, education, initiation, many things. So this everything culminates in what we call this being and becoming, right? Because if we don't exist, there is nothing. I'll tell a simple example which you might all relate in the present scenario. How everyone, we are human, but in the present scenario, the coronavirus, what we have seen, it has a particular molecular arrangement. But you know, when it came in 2000 and now it tried to grow, it tried to mutate. If a germ or if a virus or which is a negative thing that tries to grow in life, we are humans, right? We all, all the conscious things in this world, everyone wants to, has an innate nature from within. And that's what we call the inner engineering. There's a great philosopher or a Nobel laureate, Dr. Alexis Carrel. He spoke at large on the same thing, man, the unknown. And Sisi Thakur, in his entire life, with his love, with his sheer love, I would say. I'll give you a few more examples of that in a moment. To bring man from the clutches of pride, passion, and complexes. And there is a saying that Sisi Thakur says, love, there is a saying in Bengali, which is Sisi Thakur's mother tongue. Dhoro koro ho pao. First, we need to have a teacher in our life who can show us the path, how to live a life, how to be a good son, how to be a good father, the relationships, my neighbors. And Sisi Thakur has led this life, each and everything what he told, he had actually done in his life. Nothing which is said, it is out of thin air. He has shown by example how a good life can be lived, can be lived. So this Thakur says, first we need to have a teacher, or because without teacher we cannot know anything, right? We need to have a reference point. We need to have one reference point. So to do is to be, and to be is to have, right? That's what I'm just narrating it in English. First, we have to love. For love, we have to do, we do, and then we be, and to be, and then we have, basically. That is the sequence how we should have. I'll just, the topic is so huge and probably the time, I have a limited time, but I would try to end with a couple of examples which I have seen in my life. I have not seen Sisi Thakur in flesh and blood. I have seen Sisi Borda when I was very young. But how, when we say about being and becoming, we need to have a reference point and whom he is. For us, for me, for millions of people around the world, he is Sisi Thakur. And why so? Because we see in Acharya Parampara, in the Acharya, the current Acharya, Sisi Acharya Dev, one story. what is love? We say about love, right? In Deoghar Thakur ashram, when Sisi Dada was sitting, he was very old at that time. Sisi Dada, Acharya Dev, and the current Acharya Dev, Sisi Babai Dada. Sisi Babai Dada felt Sisi Dada was closing eyes, he was trying to sleep. He was probably very tired. Quickly, Acharya Dev, his eldest son, correct Acharya Dev, saw this and told a person who is taking care of Sisi Dada, can you do one thing for me? Can you pull up this shawl from the box and put in the shoulder of Baba, my father? And he obeyed, he took that, and when he tried to put it, Acharya Dev said, no, don't do it this way. There is a small heater there. Warm the cloth. Make sure the cloth is little warm. And then you take it and put it in his shoulder. See the kind of love. And this happened automatically. He did not even have to think that. So we cannot imagine what kind of love. And that's why we say Sisi Thakur, love incarnate. Right? His whole life, his conduct, and in the current age, what you say, the Acharya Parampara, he showed us how to live a life, to come, know more about Sisi Thakur, know more about his life, know more about him, and see how much you will gain from being associated with my supreme beloved teacher and beloved teacher of millions in this world. Joy Guru, adorations to fulfiller the best. Do you have any questions for me? Anything? I'll be really. I have very little. I am not don't have a lot of knowledge, but I'll try to answer to my best knowledge. If you have any questions for me, thank you.
We don't have any questions. So for the interest of time, we'll move on to a different speaker. And if you have any questions for him, he's always available. Thank you so much for that. So we just heard about being and becoming and its importance. So I guess we should all strive to become the best human being as possible. So for the next speaking, for the next topic, we're going to talk about meditation. And I think it is one of the most important things that we human beings should be doing. We all go to the gym and work out for our physical health, but I think it is also important to make sure that we take care of our brain. And that way we do a meditation. And now I'm going to invite our SPR, Samindra, to speak about meditation and Thakur's philosophy about meditation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Joy Guru. First, respected SPRs, all present, colleagues, Guru brothers, Guru mothers, small kids. I'm not a speaker nor a orator. I feel like I'm being put on spot or something, but I'll try to share something. Before I start, I offer my hearty gratitude to all Connecticut Guru brothers and mothers for such a beautiful effort, and to presenting our love Lord in such a beautiful manner to everybody around. Like Gauri Bhai said before me, we are discussing about various topics and trying to connect with our Lord. So as you know, meditation is a very, very, very old thing that has been continuing for a while, and everybody has something or other in their mind about meditation. Meditation was there long before, and I am sure it will continue long after as well. So what is meditation? First of all, we need to understand what exactly is meditation and what are different, and how does Thakur try to put that in our daily life. How can we do it in a much more effective or much more implementable way? So meditation is focusing on something and repeating a name or chant or something similar to that, whatever you want to say. So the way they say that, monone prayati iti mantra. So it means that if you repeat a name, it gives you solace, it gives you, it makes you keen towards the person of interest for whom you are meditating about. So, and we generally hear that, why do we need to meditate? Like, what's the point? What's the purpose? So generally we say that mainly when we start young, we have a keenness towards our mother. Then it slowly starts from there to our family, to our teachers, then everybody around us. Our love and affection grows till we pass away. So when, like Golivai was mentioning, when we get a living ideal in our life, they say that a name comes with the ideal. They say when Ram came, Ram Nam came. When Krishna came, Krishna Nam came. Similarly, so that's why they say Nam and Nami are avinna. Whenever you try to follow somebody, follow a Lord, the name you have to chant, you have to practice. And that's what we generally get when we get Diksha, Sadiksha. Generally we get that. And the process, the way Thakur tries to tell us that to do it in the morning and night when we have the peace of mind. That's why there is a saying that Usai Nishai Mantra Sadhan, Chalai Farai Job. That verse is there, that we have to do the meditation in the peace of night or early in the morning, so that we have the minimal distractions. And the science behind it. Nowadays, the scientists are saying that it's just not some gimmick. It's not like a thing from the East, like they say. It's not a thing from the East. It has some science or scientific theory behind it. So what they say that and there are tests and researchers behind that, what they try to establish is when a person does meditation in a particular time every day continuously, the melatonin that's there in our pineal gland, it increases, and in our spinal cord, there are various nerve points which are being touched and vibrates, which converts our sensory nerve and motor nerve in a very peculiar way, so that whatever we think, we try to do it, our working. So generally what happens, we think a lot of good things, but we cannot implement that in our life because lack of patience, lack of focus, lack of commitment. So when the sensory nerve and the motor nerve, they synchronize. So what happens, whatever you think, you try to implement it. So this meditation helps us, that's what science says nowadays, and that's why they encourage kids to do meditation, because it helps in their studies and it goes on in our latter part of life, be it in our job or anything in our life we want to achieve. Because Thakur says everybody comes for a life and growth. So we want to live and we want to grow. So there is a proper way to growth, and meditation definitely helps in that. And the next question that comes, that why do we meditate with the chant that came from Thakur? So this is the story I generally tell people, that they say there is now Ram Nam or there is Krishna Nam. Then why do we need this name? What's so special about it? I said, like, if you want to go from here to New York, generally in olden days, maybe like 100 years before or 200 years before, if somebody wants to go, they will walk, right? But now what happens? We get a car, we have a flight, we are evolving. So with the age, every human being or every species evolves. So in that way, the name also evolves, which is particular for that age. Because our living style, our talking style, our food style, everything is changing, everything is evolving. So they say that the name that came with Thakur, that makes us more keen. It's not that we cannot walk to New York, but that look stupid if you say somebody, I'm walking to New York, that just sounds weird. So I'm just giving an example to correlate things. And to give a more kind of an old story that I heard from my father a while back about meditation and like how it happened to the Guru brothers who do it more frequently or more regularly on a particular timely duration basis. So what happened generally in Deoghar, if you know about Deoghar, is the place Thakur stayed, resided. So there used to be utsavs like we are doing in Connecticut. So every year about 2-3 times there are utsavs and people come and visit. And when the utsav is over, they go home. So one of those utsavs, when Guru Bhai was leaving, so he was at the train station to catch a train to go back to his city. So he took the permission from Thakur and wanted to leave. When he was leaving, he was in the station, the train just came in, and when he was trying to get into the he's calling, and like that 2-3 times he heard, and he couldn't find them. Finally, he got frustrated. He wanted to go inside the platform to see really if there is somebody else calling him. While doing that, he missed the train. And what happened? The train went up, and maybe 2-3 stations after there was some accident, and people got injured and hurt and all that. And he was in that train station that time. He didn't leave the station yet because he was inquiring about the next train to go. When he heard that, he was really shocked, and he thought, okay, I will stay the night in Deoghar. I meet with Thakur in the morning. I'll tell him this story, what happened. And he was just curious, so he stayed the night. The next day morning, Thakur, sitting in his asana, and he was telling the story. So our Thakur, so he was telling, he said, he saved me. And he's like, Thakur tried to avoid the topic, just make it like minimal or something like that. And he said that, your Naam made you do it. Then what happened, he didn't feel satisfied. Thakur saw that. And what happened? Thakur asked somebody to get a radio. It's a radio. If you get a radio, what Thakur asked, can you connect to the Kolkata station? So when he was trying to put it, he was trying to turn the knob. When he turned the knob, there was some mismatch, and then finally the frequency matched. And so Thakur asked the Guru brother, what did you understand? He said that there are some mismatch because they are trying to tune the radio. Thakur says, if you do the meditation in a regular basis, you get in tune with the Lord. We always get the messages. What is good in our life, what is bad in our life. Sometimes if we are not in tune with that frequency, then we don't get it properly or we tend to ignore it. So that's why they say that the meditation is such a thing that keeps us in tune, keeps us in line, keeps us motivated towards our love.
Very good. Anyone have any questions about meditation? Well, I have a question. So I was wondering, Dalai, if you could tell me as an individual, what's the style of meditation that Thakur told us to do? Like, do I sit down? Do I stand up? How do I do a meditation?
Okay, that's a good question. So there are two different things. There is Naam and there is Dhyan. So Thakur says that Naam you can chant anytime and every time. You are driving a car, you can chant. And or you are sitting down, you can chant the name inside. But that is practice. And Dhyan, that needs a specific of time. Generally they say half an hour to 45 minutes. That's what they say when you take initiation, that you sit down. That's the minimum. Okay? Because it takes some time to focus your mind. Because our mind is, and again, there are a lot of things we can take it offline and discuss more on that. First of all, to chant or to do anything, you have to love. If you don't, it all starts from love. So first you need to love your Lord. Then from that, if you try to focus, that you can focus. Otherwise, it's like, you're just bad. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you very much. So I
I actually think meditation is one of the most important things that we have to do. I've had great experiences in my life because of meditation. So if anyone wants to talk about it, we can talk about it later. So now, for the interest of time, we're going to move to a next topic. And so we talked about how we take care of our brain, our nervous system. Now we are going to talk about how Thakur told us to take care of our body. So, which is another important aspect of our life. So I'm going to request our SPR Tarak to come talk about health, hygiene, and Sri Thakur. Thank you so much.
My happiest Joy Guru to everyone, and in this this topic is we only considering the health and the hygienic principles here. My brother told us to talk about that, but if I will ask why we need this health and hygiene, what to do with that. So anybody can answer? Like, can you answer that? Like, why you need this health and hygiene? What you will do with it?
I believe it would be to make sure that I live a life that Thakur wants me to live a life. So I want to be like Thakur, and the Thakur made sure that his health was always in a good spot. So I want to make sure I do that.
Okay, so my brother answered that, like, I need to live healthy life. So Thakur actually explained about this health and hygienic principle. It is not a isolated one actually. So it is exactly, it is how our starting from our birth, starting from our end date, how exactly we'll achieve everything, will prosper in life and growth. And this health is one part of it. Without health, this physical body, we cannot do anything. If, let us say, for example, one student is very weak, he's suffering in some of a lot of health problems. So do you think he can concentrate his study? He can have study? No. So that is an important factor where we need to improve. That's why Thakur never isolate this health and hygienic principle. Actually, Thakur told about like the entire life's aspect, how we'll make life prosperous and will grow in it. So when we are going to achieve our loved Lord, if we'll, when he spoke about it in a 12, around 12 to 15 words, he clearly explained how to do it and what aspect we need to focus. Because as a, let us say, 40 years old, I don't know about another 30 and 40 years experience. I don't have that experience. I have experience up to my 40 years of age with like taking initiation and whatever I'm doing. But how can I know about what will happen like another 40 years? I don't know. Similarly, if your child is just at birth, she doesn't know, she or he doesn't know exactly how the life will go. So to achieve that success, that's why we are surrendered to an ideal who guide us what we'll do in all respect of our life. It's not about money. who knows the root. That's why I'm telling my experience. When I wondered how in 12 to 15 words, our beloved Lord Sri Thakur entirely explains what to be done. So the first one, he is talking about, so as I already mentioned, health and hygienic is not only the isolated one. So that's why it starts with our birth. So we need to focus how this birth will be a good one. That is one important aspect of our starting of life. So to achieve that, we need good characteristic marriages. So whatever the good characteristic of good marriage, that already Thakur explained. So that is the important factor of from a male and female person. How they can be ideal centric and how they individually follow the process of life and growth so that it starts with a birth. So that is the most important one. So that's why scientists also talking about the hereditary stock, like whatever is coming from the parents or before the parents or grandparents also. So that is one aspect, it is an important aspect, and it will determine your starting point. So let us say, for example, now. So the next it starts with the food. So food, whatever the small child starts with, so our body will develop in that. One is genetical factor. I told about the birth. That is one thing. It is affect the body and mind both. Then next is how we are growing. We are growing, taking food. That food converts into the cellular level, and it will build up our cells and tissues. And that cells and tissues decide our health, isn't it? So whenever we'll eat the food, what will happen? In our stomach, it will be digested. And that particular elements, like atomic elements, will go and consume in our body for different tissues and different organs. In the brain cells also, and in entire body also. That's where it starts. So it is the food. So easily digestible and compatible food, I could told. I'll come to that, how the easily digestible, compatible food will be. So this is the second aspect. So now birth is corrected, food is corrected. Now the third thing is how our characteristic behavior will develop. So that is also another one aspect. And let us say I'm a human being. You see, whatever point is telling, it is 12 to 15 words only, nothing much. So Thakur clearly mentioned your existence protection is another important factor with your characteristic and behavior. So I never heard about it, like when you talk about the spiritualism, I never heard about this particular line. You need to protect your physical body at any cost. So that is one aspect with good characteristic, behavior, and action. This is the third part. Without protection, how will you do? Like, let us say you are somebody already killed you. The physical body doesn't exist. What you will do the sadhana? What you will do? Nothing. So third one is protection. You need to physically protect yourself and your community with your characteristic, good characteristics, and behavior and actions. This is the third point Thakur told. So in this aspect, another level Thakur went and they talk about the work. Whatever work we'll do normally in the day-to-day life. So that work should not be a lethargic work. It should be a like industrious work. So that it will empower us. It will make us move. So that work aspect is also important. So these 4 or 5 points I could told, which is the clue for our prosperous life, and a long life also. So the thing is, okay, now you heard that, okay, 5 points are there, I noted it down, I can go and I will follow, and I like it. Is it that simple? No. Because the main thing Thakur is saying, our environment, once it will go out of this particular height, it will again diluted with the surroundings. So what will happen, whatever here you heard, just after this you go out of this room, so you will just find, okay, that is a good stuff. But so how to do it? You cannot continue it without your ideal health. Means you need to believe somebody who told this. Without your belief, this action will not work. First thing comes into our is belief. Do you believe? Do you believe it will happen? Yes, I believe. Then our action, following, everything will start. If these 5 points are really okay, not make sense to you, let us say, oh no, it will not work out that way. That belief, so it will not be change anything for you. But if you believe, okay, this is the 5 points I heard, is it not true? You ask yourself. Take the example of any community anywhere in the world. Take the example, okay, whether it is United States of America, whether it is Europe, whether it is Asia Pacific. Take the community and think about it. Is it not true? Is it not the main problem is marriage? Is it not the main problem is food? Is it not the main problem is our action and behavior? Yes, definitely. Is it not the problem of our work? Yes, definitely. Why not? Is it this is the vidhi, this is the rule, this is told by Jesus Christ, this is told by Muhammad Rasul, this is told by Sri Krishna, this is told, the same thing told by Ramchandra, same thing told by Ramkrishna Paramahansa, and same thing told by Sri Thakur also. But the clue is, we are not attached to a person who is guiding individually, like Guru Bhai was told, like it is our acharya. Because somebody should be guiding you, somebody should be a teacher. Okay, how to do it? That is the thing. So now this is the overall talk, but the next is like, I'm just talking about Thakur told about some, like about the food. I'm talking like I'm just concentrating on that. The other aspect is we can come to know Thakur has told a lot of things about that. So we'll focus on that later. But currently I'm focusing on the food. So food, what will happen? Food is the main element which will build our cellular level and give you some vibe. It is not about only my tongue and my stomach. If you think in that way, it will change. So when this, it is about, when you will talk about the stomach or tongue, you go beyond onto that. Cellular level, your brain, mind, soul, everything will change onto that point. Thakur told clearly, I'm giving the like solution like, Thakur told clearly, when cellular incompatibility happens, let us say you are eating, I cannot eat plastic, right? If plastic I will eat, the cellular incompatible with our human body cells will be different. So that's why human body cells will detour. So let us say, for example, that the solution is actually Thakur told to eat plant-based food. So then what will happen? The plant-based food is more nurtures our cells, nurtures our body, mind and soul. That is the important aspect. With that food and with all these aspects I told, 4 or 5 points, marriage, food, and actions, other stuff I told, that leads to a prosperous life. This aspect we totally forget. So that is one thing. And another is, what will happen? Let us say this is not compatible, plant-based is not compatible. So what will happen? What will happen is, due to the incompatible cellular level, it will distort your cells and deteriorate your body, mind and soul. And what will happen? After that, what will happen? Nothing. Your health will be good or not, that is a different impact. Your body, mind and soul will be more than 2 things I could told. Either it will be lethargic, your cell level, cellular level, or it will be too much excited. 2 things. I never saw this explanation, that's why I am saying. My beloved Sisi Thakur told. Either it will be lethargic or it will be good. Excite you more. What will happen? Violence, sexual desire, your pride, greediness, jealousy. These characters will develop. If you will not do all these things, definitely it will develop, and you can take this, it is recorded, you can take this and put it in any region and experiment it. Thakur, my beloved, ideals never fail. So, this is the solution. Joy Guru to everyone. I am praying Lord of Spirit of Sisi Thakur for everybody's happy and prosperous life. Joy.
Thank you, Dada. If you have any questions for him, you can reach out to him later. So, for the interest of time, we're going to go to our next topic, which is going to be living life peaceful. So, be peaceful from Sumana. Thank you so much. Parang prema Sisi Thakur, Jagat Janani Sisi Parama, Divacharya Sisi Parama, Sisi Sajani Makapadipa. Respected Devatas, brothers, mothers, and small children. Basically, I came from Virginia, DC, and it was long journey, but it was a very beautiful journey. I discovered one very cute stuff. From New Jersey to here, when I was driving, I was talking with my daughter. She was saying like, I'm really bored, what to do? She discovered a robot. She told, okay, let's play a game. There is a robot and you are a customer and I am the chef. So I will prepare some food for you and you're gonna eat and let the robot service. In that aspect, why I'm saying this example, just now Tarakda was mentioning about the hygiene. She ensured me as a chef, Papa, I will definitely ensure the food hygienic stock over here. Just I thought of giving that example over here because she is such a small kid, but she's still trying to believe that stuff. I would like to give an example. There was a very good, amazing orator who always liked to say something in front of public, thousands of public, and he really inspires. All of them gets inspired from him, but there is a problem. He has a problem. He is always facing issues in his family. There is a reason, because he really speaks well, but he could not listen properly. So whenever his family says something,
he doesn't listen properly. So there was a gap. But the fortunate part is he had a best friend. He discovered that. Hey friend, you know what? You are such a nice person. You are able to motivate thousands of people. But I noticed a small mistake. What? You are unable to listen properly. I mean, listen, you are not focusing on listening to others. So he thought, okay, my best friend is saying that I'm not listening to others properly. So he started, since he discovered that gap, he started to do a good habit of listening. And suddenly he realized it's really helping him to improve his relationship with his family. I would like to give one more example. There was a very good athlete. He is basically the smartest athlete. Whenever he goes for swimming, he really swims nice. Whenever he goes to play soccer, it's absolutely amazing. His friends find him right, he really plays awesome. Whenever he goes to play tennis, he really plays nice. But if there is a game between two parties, if there is a game, he is unable to perform that well. Again, he found a best friend. That friend told like, hey, you are such an amazing person. You are able to play such nice, but I see a small gap. What is that gap? He told like, somehow I see you are so aggressive enough on that day that you are unable to focus. So he tried to discover the habit of focusing. So why am I saying this? Like in this current world, every one of us are really capable of doing something best, but we do have something which we don't know, and because of that, we are unable to present ourselves in this world. And if we see here, this is an environment cycle. Some person is doing good in some aspect, other person is able to observe in other aspect. So here, if we see as a person, I cannot find everyone in my circle who can help me realizing that I have this gap. So here I see 70% of my inner quality says like I'm a good person, but I'm unable to discover that gap. And that is where I need to find all these gaps, and all these gaps would be in some friends, and those friends should be with me so that I can utilize those friends and find my gaps. But it is definitely impossible to find all those friends. And here we have our friend Lord Sri Thakur, who is the Param Purush. He has, as Gorida and Samindra Bhai and Tara Bhai mentioned, he is the Param Prema Sri Thakur. And if I see, okay, he is my Lord Param Prema Sri Thakur, let me accept him. Then suddenly I should not expect myself, okay, I accepted Sri Thakur, it's not working for me. No. If I want, so since I accepted Sri Thakur, it's not a magic that he will bless me and I will do something. No, I have to do. To know him, I have to do. I have to meet the people who are already learning from Lord Sri Thakur. I have to do all those stuffs. That is where I will learn, and that will trigger that love. So to get that love, I have to do. So in this aspect, we generally see from long distance people coming and attending this satsang. At least for me, I would say very sorry that every day I keep doing lots of mistakes. But I prayed the lotus feet of Sri Thakur that he is blessing me to give me this opportunity to stand here and speak something so that I can learn myself. I think I am taking this as learning myself rather than saying something, because I have lots of gaps, and every day, minute by minute, I am learning all those. Thakur says a leader should lead the people in such a way. If there are poor persons, then he should be able to maintain their gaps, nurturing and giving them the capable and ability enough so that they can endure, they can get those energy to do the stuff by themselves. That is leader. Thakur also told, in this world, we keep saying about economical development. Thakur told, to get that to economical development, we have to simultaneously develop agriculture, education, health, industry, and social structure. Very, very important. Agriculture, industry, health, social structure, all this, how we develop simultaneously, then only we can develop economics. So here, why all this we need to develop simultaneously? To have proper health, we need to have proper food, and proper food is again mapping to agriculture, and all these stuffs can be developed to have industry, and industry can definitely be utilized for those educated persons, and thus we have to have proper education. So we have to see minute stuffs to engage ourselves on this so that the economical development can happen. I got in few months before an opportunity to speak somewhere, and by the time I was reading about business. Thakur also told there are 5 principles of business. He mentioned like the first point is sweet service to the customers. That is very important. So anywhere as everyone mentioned the love, Thakur always emphasized the love in all the minor points. So first, from a principle of business, he mentioned the sweet service of customers. Second point, he mentioned observation. I may not say correctly, but these are what the points I may not say correctly, but these are my understanding. Observation. If I'm doing a business, I need to observe it properly. If I'm not taking care of it, then there might be some gaps. So the third point he mentioned, we need to avoid the go-between. If I'm doing a business, first of all, I need to focus what is the service we can provide to the customers. Then I need to observe what is going wrong, and that is also correlated to go-between. We need to avoid the go-between. He also mentioned 1/4 of our profit should be going to our capital so that the business can continue. So I just told about economic, respected Gurida told about experiences on C.C. Thakur, about our Lord C.C. Thakur and Acharya Dev. Samindra Bhai told about meditation. Taran Bhai told about physical health. So there is nothing much to say because it's very short time, but these are vast topics, and if we understand everything, I mean point by point, we should be able to have a fruitful life. Before I conclude, I would like to give an example. When Sri Thakur was there, one of the devotees came, his name was Ramesh Bhai, and Sri Prafulada introduced him, and he told like, Ramesh Bhai works in a labor organization. There is an employer and there is an employee. He is basically taking the role of an interface, interacting between the employer and employee. So what he does, he just not only does his job, but he takes care of children, he takes care of old age people. He focuses on the people who are having bad habit like drinking. He goes to them and he says something like we should not drink. He also have those qualities so that it helps to provide them the ability and capability to have those monetary service. So Sri Thakur just happily say, there lie the steps. So he wanted us everyone, wherever we are, we just not only need to do our job, but also we need to be, as a devotee of him, we should be brave enough, we should be focused, and we can provide our service to this world. Jai.
Thank you so much. So now, if you have any questions for him, you can reach out to him about how you can live your life peacefully. So the other set of program is going to be Mother's Conference. But before that, I would like to conclude this program. So this whole seminar was, the whole idea behind this seminar, it was to ask yourself the question as to why am I sitting right here today? So from the birth till you die, you're supposed to grow. You're supposed to grow in every aspect of your life. As a kid, you're supposed to grow, you're supposed to learn around you. As a student, you're supposed to grow and learn about what you're most interested in. As a worker, you're supposed to grow in your field so that you can become a leader. And in this whole life, you're supposed to grow so that you can become an example for someone else. And that person can look to you and be inspired and grow. So that's the whole concept of being and becoming. You need to grow and you need to help your society grow. And the other thing is meditation. You're supposed to meditate because the smallest energy level that was proved by scientists is vibration. And while meditating, repeating the name, you make some kind of vibration in your body. And that's really important. And with that vibration, the frequency you generate, this is all my belief, is that the frequency you generate, well, you'll be able to connect to the frequency of Sisi Thakur, or the frequency that is generated by the holy name. And that is the energy of the universe. So if we want to consume the energy of the universe so that we can be a better human being, we need to meditate. And also, if we want to continue to be a better human being throughout our life, we need to make sure that we are healthy as possible, so that we eat proper food, meaning that don't eat meat, don't drink alcohol, don't eat onions or garlic, because these ingredients will affect your level of thinking and your level of using whatever Thakur says in your practical life. And at the end, you're supposed to be living your life in a peaceful manner so that you can live long. The whole goal of Sri Thakur is defeating death and taking care of our existence. And we can only do that by being peaceful and being happy. Baba always says, Ananda Meroho. That means be peaceful as much as you can so that you can live longer life. With that, I would like to conclude the seminar. Thank you so much. And now we'll continue with Mother's Conference. Jai Guru.
Jaguru everyone. We will start our mothers conference in 4 minutes, so I would please request all our mothers to gather in front so that we can get involved. Thank you. Satsang Saran. Joyguru, we will meditate for 2 minutes. ब्रह्म परब्रह्म कुलमालिक राधा स्वामी।
परम प्रेममय श्री ठाकुर अनुकूल चंद्रेर श्रीहस्त लिखित ग्रंथ সত্যানুসরণ থেকে পাঠ করছি। যার উপর যা কিছু সব দাঁড়িয়ে আছে তাই ধর্ম, আর তিনি পরম পুরুষ। ধর্ম কখনো বহু হয় না, ধর্ম একই আর তার কোনো প্রকার নেই। মত বহু হতে পারে, এমনকি যত মানুষ তত মত হতে পারে, কিন্তু তাই বলে ধর্ম বহু হতে পারে না। হিন্দু ধর্ম, মুসলমান ধর্ম, খ্রিস্টান ধর্ম, বৌদ্ধ ধর্ম ইত্যাদি কথা আমার মতে ভুল, বরং অসত্যি মত। কোনো মতের সঙ্গে কোনো মতের প্রকৃতপক্ষে কোনো বিরোধ নেই। ভাবের বিভিন্নতা রকমকে একটাকেই নানা প্রকারে এক এক রকম। সব মতেই সাধনা বিস্তারের জন্য, তবে তা নানা প্রকারে হতে পারে, আর যতটুকু বিস্তারে যা হয় তাই অনুভূতি জ্ঞান, তাই ধর্ম অনুভূতির উপর। স্বস্তি স্বস্তি।
जिस पर सब कुछ आधारित है वही है धर्म, और वे ही है परम पुरुष। धर्म कभी अनेक नहीं होता, धर्म एक है और उसका कोई प्रकार नहीं। मत अनेक हो सकते हैं, यहाँ तक कि जितने मनुष्य हो उतने मत हो सकते हैं, किंतु इससे धर्म अनेक नहीं हो सकते। मेरे विचार से हिंदू धर्म, मुसलमान धर्म, ईसाई धर्म, बौद्ध धर्म इत्यादि बातें नहीं है, बल्कि वे सभी मत हैं। किसी भी मत के साथ किसी भी मत का प्रकृत रूप में कोई विरोध नहीं। भाव की विभिन्नता, प्रकार, भेद, एक आदि नाना प्रकार से एक ही तरह का अनुभव है। सभी मत ही है साधना विस्तार के लिए, और वे अनेक प्रकार के हो सकते हैं, और जितने विस्तार में जो होता है वही है अनुभूति ज्ञान। इसीलिए धर्म है अनुभूति पर।
Satyanusaran English version. The stay of all existence is Dharma, and he is the supreme fulfiller. Dharma never becomes many, it is always one. There is no variety of it. Views may be many, even as many as there are people. Still, Dharma cannot be many. In my opinion, to speak of Hindu Dharma, Christian Dharma, Mohammedan Dharma, Buddhist Dharma, etc. is wrong. Rather, there are so many views. In fact, there is no opposition in the views. Different views the same way, feeling one in many forms. Each faith is for the expansion of abode activity that can be in many forms, and as much as is gained by the expansion, so much the realization, wisdom. So, Dharma is based upon realization to be real in nature.
পরম প্রেমময় শ্রী শ্রী ঠাকুর মেয়েদের বৈশিষ্ট্যে আছে নিষ্ঠা, ধর্ম, শুশ্রূষা, সেবা, সাহায্য, সংরক্ষণ, প্রেরণা ও প্রজনন। তুমি তোমাদের ওই বৈশিষ্ট্যের কোনো কিছুকে ত্যাগ করিও না। ইহা হারাইলে তোমাদের আর কি রহিল। বাণী সংখ্যা 5, বন্দী পুরুষোত্তম।
नारियों के वैशिष्ट में है निष्ठा, धर्म, शुश्रूषा, सेवा, सहायता, संरक्षण, प्रेरणा और प्रयोजन।
तुम अपने इन वैशिष्ट्यों में किसी एक का भी त्याग न करो। इसे खोने पर तुम लोगों का और बचे ही क्या। गणतंत्र पाठ वंदे पुरुषोत्तम।
Nariniti English translation. In the instance of the woman, there are constancy, relations, mercy, serving, helping, protectiveness, inspiration, and reproduction. Do not lose any of these instincts of yours. If they are lost, what is left for you? Jai Guru.
পরম প্রেমময় শ্রী শ্রী ঠাকুর অনুকূলচন্দ্রের মুখনিসৃত গ্রন্থ শাস্ত্র সদাচার হতে বাণীপাঠ। সেবা ও ক্ষুদাকে সমীচীন পর্যায়ে জ্ঞাত রাখো। সদাচারশীল হয়ে স্বাদত্ব যা কিছু তা বিহিতভাবে গ্রহণ করো। নিষ্কাশনও করো তোমার ব্যক্তিগত অপ্রয়োজনীয় যা কিছু। এমনি করেই সুস্থ অস্তিত্বে বজায় থাকো। সহজ বোধদীপ্ত জীবনীর জাগরণ নিয়ে ত্রুটি মুখের হয়ে আরো পথে চলো। সমৃদ্ধ হয় এমনি করে নিজে সুস্থ থাকো। পরিবার পরিবেশের পরিচর্যা নিয়ে তাদেরও সুস্থতায় প্রভাবিত করে তোলো। অসৎ যা কিছুকে এড়িয়ে বা নিরাকরণ করে সাধু সত্তায় সংস্থ হয়ে চলো এমনি করে। বন্দে পুরুষোত্তম।
श्रम और शुद्धा को समीचीन परिचर्या में जीवंत रखो। सदाचारशील होकर शाश्वत जो कुछ है उसे विहित भाव से ग्रहण करो। निष्कासन भी करो। तुम्हारा व्यक्तिगत अप्रयोजनीय हो जो कुछ। इसी तरह सूरज अस्तित्व को बचाए रखो। सहज बोधदीप जीवन्य जागरण ले। कृति मुखर और निरोग पथ पर चलो। समृद्ध हो इसी तरह स्वयं सुस्त रहो। परिवार परिवेश का परिचर्या करो। उन्हें भी सुस्तता में प्रभावित कर डालो। असत जो कुछ है उसे निकाल कर या निराकरण कर साधु सत्ता में संस्थ होकर चलो। इसी तरह वाणी संख्या 50। जय गुरु।
Keep labor and hunger alive with expedient attention by being virtuous, appropriately accept those which preserve sanctity and also remove those which are personally useless to you. Remain in such healthy existence with natural affluence, feeling of existential awakening. Proceed more fully with an accomplishing urge. Be endowed within this way. Be healthy yourself. Consider the services of your family environment, influencing them to remain healthy, avoiding or addressing that which is evil. Proceed likewise, being regarded with a pious self.
Joyful everyone. I would please request a little bit of silence because it is hard to hear when so many kids are running around. Please settle down, and because it is a Matha Samalam going on, I would request everyone to please keep a little silence and please settle down. Thank you. Joyful everyone, I would like to welcome you all to this special segment of today's event. It is special because This segment will be arranged, posed, and will be performed by only mothers of Satsang America, and hence we like to call it Matru Sammelan or Mothers Conference. First and foremost, I would like to thank you all for joining us today and making this blessed day successful. My heartiest gratitude to Monisha and Monika, the sister duo, political prayer, followed by other lovely ladies who read Shri Thakur's verses today. I would like to call up some of the names. Satkanusaran was Bengali was read by Riddhima, who came so far away from Phoenix to join us today. Thank you, ma'am. Next, Hindi was read by our very own Nita Ma from Connecticut. Silky Ma came from Washington DC to read the English Satsang. Thank you. Nari Hindi was read by Piyani Ma from Connecticut. Hindi by Sumana Ma from Connecticut. And English was read by our very little Shraddhanjali Ma. She is the daughter of our very beloved Harupriya Ma. Thank you. Shastra Shadatar Sutra Gruntho was read in Bengali by Krishna Ma from Connecticut, Shipra Ma, also from Connecticut, and Apurna Ma from Connecticut. Now we will proceed to the next segment of Matru Sammelan, where we will read the Sadhunadi's Chichi. It is the letter written by Sadhunadi, who was the daughter of Shri Thakur, the eldest one, and she wrote a letter not to her father, but to her guru. And as we today pray to the lotus feet of Shri Thakur, we remember her chithi and we read it to again, make us remember what we have oath to him, what we have promised. So that will be read by Rosalind Ma from Connecticut. I would like to request Rosalind Ma to go with the Sadhunadi's chithi. Thank you.
Hello. पूजनीय साधनादि रचित प्रार्थना আমার ইষ্ট আমার আদর্শ আজ থেকে আমার জীবন তোমার বৃদ্ধি আমার বৃদ্ধিকে স্পর্শ করে তোমাকে প্রতিষ্ঠা করে আমার জীবনের সর্বপ্রধান ব্রত হোক নারীর নীতিতে তুমি বলেছ তুমি কল্যাণী রূপে সতী রূপে নারী রূপে আমাকে আমার বৈশিষ্ট্যের বর্ধনশীলা দেখতে চাও শপথ করেছ আমার জীবনের প্রতি মুহূর্তে আমি তোমার এই ইচ্ছাকে পূর্ণ করতে চেষ্টা করব তুমি সুস্থ ও দীর্ঘায়ু হও আমার জীবন আমি তোমায় অর্ঘ্য দিলাম তুমি উচ্ছল হয়ে ওঠো পুলকে জীবনে যশে আর মহান সম্বেগে নারী আমি অমৃতের অধিকারিণী আশীর্বাদ করো যেন এই অফুরন্ত অমৃত দিয়ে নিপীড়িত ব্যথিত কর্মিষ্ঠ আদর্শ অনুপ্রেরণ নরকে আমি অপূর্ব প্রাণন স্নানে স্নাত করে তোমার দিকে দিকে আরো এগিয়ে দিতে পারি তুমি আমাকে ভালোবাসার অধিকারিণী করেছ আমি আমার সব ভালোবাসা উজাড় করে দিয়ে তোমাকে সত্যদীপ্ত জীবনময় দেখতে চাই তুমি এই শুভক্ষণে আশীর্বাদ করো যেন আমি এমনি ভাবে আমার চালাই তোমাকে তোমার ইচ্ছাকে মূর্ত করে তোমার মহান অভিযানকে অবাধ করে তুলতে পারে আমার অস্থিবৃদ্ধির পরমোদ্ধতা পরম প্রিয় পরম জন্ম জন্মান্তরের বহুত পুষ্যের ফলে তোমাকে পেয়েছে আমাদের এই জীবনে সার্থক হয়েছে আমাদের জন্ম ধন্য হয়েছে কৃতার্থ হয়েছে তোমার চরণ স্পর্শ করে যুগের পর যুগে তপস্যা করে দেবতার জাগে মূর্ত করে তুলতে পারবে কত পুণ্য ফলে সেই তোমাকে করেছে মানুষ ভগবান দয়াল কত ভাগ্য আমাদের প্রিয়তম আজ এই শুভক্ষণে তোমার চরণে শুদ্ধ এই প্রার্থনা আমাদের তুমি দীর্ঘায় হও, সুস্থ হও, সুখী হও, তোমার ইচ্ছাই পূর্ণ হোক। আর দাও আমাদের সেই প্রেরণা যা আমাদের সক্ষম করে তুলবে বাঞ্ছা বাড়ার অপূর্ব সৌরভ ছাড়তে ছাড়তে সপরিদর্শক আমাদেরকে তোমার জীবন বৃদ্ধির অনুকূল করে গড়ে তুলতে। ওগো দরদি বন্ধু, আমার সর্বস্ব, তুমি আমার জীবন। আমি জানি তোমার মতো বন্ধু, তোমার মতো প্রিয় আমার আর কেউ নেই। তোমার প্রতিকর্মে প্রতিভঙ্গিতে আমার এই বিশ্বাস দৃঢ়তর আশীর্বাদ কর দয়াল। আমি যেন মুহূর্তেই যেন ভুলি না, তুমি আমার শ্রেষ্ঠ, তুমি আমার অনুকূল, তুমি আমার শ্রেষ্ঠ। তাই প্রার্থনা দাসির তোমার জীবনে চিরবর্ধনে বর্ধিত হয়ে উঠুক। তোমার বৃদ্ধি আমার বৃদ্ধিকে স্পর্শ করুক। আমার নারীত্ব ধন্য হোক, সার্থক হোক তোমার নারীর রীতি প্রতিপালনে। ওগো প্রিয় রাজাধিরাজ সম্রাট, তুমি থাকো, তুমি বাঁচো, আমাদের জীবন চালনার প্রতি পদক্ষেপে ধ্বনিত হয়ে উঠুক স্বস্তি, স্বস্তি, স্বস্তি।
Joy Guru. Thank you, Rosalind Ma. I really don't have any words to thank her because it will be like thanks is a very small word to say to her because we have been doing this, arranging this for so long, and it is our dream come true today. So thank you all for coming and making it a success. Next we will go to the Pachali Gan. It will be done by Shukti Ma and Nipa Ma. Thank you for the last minute adjustments. We are here for the Lord, so thank you. Bhakti Lekha, Sri Thakur.
তোরা শুনে ভাই বলে যায় বাঁচা মারার পর যে পথে চলেছে ঠাকুর অনুকূলে পূর্ণ কথা তার বারুতা করি বিবরণ যে কথা শুনিলে হয় পাপ বিমোচন সোনার মানুষ এলো সোনার মানুষ মহাপুরুষ অনুকূল রায় পাপি তাপি উদ্ধারিতে সোনার বাংলায় গ্রাম হিমায়তপুরে গ্রাম হিমায়তপুরে পদ্মা তীরে জেলা পাবে নাই শিবচন্দ্র চক্রবর্তী অগ্নি সদাশয় মাতা মনমোহিনী মাতা মনমোহিনী তার গৃহে অতি পুণ্যবতী যার গৃহে জন্ম নিলেন তিলকের গতি করে করে প্রেমময় ঠাকুর অনুকূল যার লক্ষ লক্ষ শিশু পুজে চরণ রাতুল তার রূপ দেখে তার রূপ দেখে ভাব দেখে কহিল না যায় ভুবন মোহন রূপে সবারে ভুলায় শোনো তার মহিমা শোনো তার মহিমা মাধুরিমা নাহি পারাবার নররূপে এলো সেজে দেব অবতার ধর্মের কথা শোনো ধর্মের কথা তার বারতা অতি চমৎকার বাঁচাই বাড়াই আসল নীতি ধর্ম করো সার করো খাদ্য বিচার সদাচার ঋষির পক্ষ পালো প্রতিবেশীর সভা করে ইষ্টে পথে চলো এ তো আর্যনীতি ধর্মনীতি হিংসা দেশ ছাড়ো হিন্দু বুদ্ধ মুসলমান যে যার পথে চলো পালো বর্ণাশ্রমে করো প্রেম ইষ্ট কর্ম করো যজন যাজন ইষ্ট বৃদ্ধি যথাবিধি পালো সুস্থ বিধি মুখে অনুলোমে দিয়ে করো ভাই করো আজ সমাজ ধারা চার্য কৃষ্ণে রাখো দুঃখ বিষয় রসুল কৃষ্ণে সমান চোখে দেখো তারাই তারাই পূর্বতরে বর্তমান ঠাকুর তার বিধি মেনে চলো কান্না মনের ভুল পাবে শান্তি যাদের ভ্রান্তি পাবে সত্য যুগ কালো বাজার ভ্রষ্টাচার পাবে মহালোক ভারে ভয় নাই রে ভয় নাই তার ভাই অনুকূলে ধর্ম নষ্ট নাহি পাবে পাবে হাজার পথে সৎসঙ্গে সৎসঙ্গে মহারাজ করো বিহার অধম সন্তান ব্রজে পদ যুগল তার জয় পুরুষোত্তম রসুল নাম বুদ্ধ যিশু নাম শ্রী চৈতন্য শ্রী অনুকূল কৃষ্ণ ঘন শ্যাম বন্দে পুরুষোত্তম মেরে পুরুষোত্তম জয় গুরু
Thank you so much, Susima and Nikama, for doing the Pachaligan for us to Shri Thakur. It is such a last moment. I mean, I could have only to ask you to do that. Thank you. So we will move to the next segment of our Matra Shambalan. That is the bhajan and the speech. For the first bhajan, we would like to invite Tisama. She has just joined Satsang Connecticut a few months back, and she has been a part of Satsang Connecticut in a way, like she has been there for us for so long. We feel like that way. So welcome to Satsang Connecticut, Ma, and we would like you to do the first bhajan for Shri Thakur. Thank you.
Hello.
आज शाओने शारा आज के शाओने आज शाओने शारा गला आज के शाओने সাগর হতে জলের ধারা বয়ে বয়ে আনে ওই মেঘো দল ঢালবে বলে মায়ের চরণে আজকে শাওনে আজ শাওনে সারা বেলা আজকে শাওনে আজ ভুবন
They say that Matrishamala is incomplete. They say Matrishamala is incomplete without Sri Sri Bodhima's song or sayings. Sri Sri Thakur said in one of his texts where Sri Sri Thakur is saying that, if I could have come in evil body, it would have been Sri Sri Bodhima. So she is as worshipped as Sri Sri Thakur. She is why Sri Sri Thakur is Sri Sri Thakur to us. And we all follow Sri Sri Bodhima because she is the leading lady of Satsang, if I may say so. And thank you, King Shuddha, for joining us in Tabla. Kisama, I pray to the lotus feet of Sri Sri Thakur for your family and your well-being and your ideal centrality. Thank you. Next, we will move on to a very special person of mine. She is Vijama. She is an integral part of Satsang Connecticut. She is the only person who can sing a Nepali bhajan in Satsang Connecticut. So I will request Vijama to sing a Nepali bhajan for us to Sri Sri Thakur. Thank you.
Jai Guru. ठाकुर को महिमा गाइरहनु होला फेरि फेरि भन्दैमा पाइँदैन यो चोला ठाकुरको महिमा गाइरहनु होला फेरि फेरि भन्दैमा पाइँदैन यो चोला 84 लाख घुमेर आयौँ मनुष्य चोला
I don't understand Bengali, but I can say you, Ma, I come to this song as perfect as you sang that song. Thank you. And I would like to say something about Vijayama. She is not well. She has been met with an accident, and she has a very bad fracture in her leg, but she came in a wheelchair. That is how much she loves Shri Thakur, and that is how much we all love you, Ma. Thank you. Okay, so next is a very special guest, if I may say so. Next we have Gizlama. She is the eldest among here in Connecticut. Not by age, Ma. You are evergreen, I know. You are looking at me like, I'm not that aged. I know. Not by age, by experience and by the amount of love you love Thakur. You are the most aged of all of us here. Thank you, ma'am. I will request you to speak for 15 minutes of your personal experience. I know you have a treasure house of personal experience with Sri Borda. So we would all like to hear from you. Thank you.
Yeah, you get a chair, you get all the attention. Yeah, I want to show it and maybe put that. Yeah. This is a picture of CC border. I'm not just going to be speaking about border, but a lot of it is going to be about border. So I want to just. Thank you. Okay, so I'm supposed to be talking about my experiences. And 2 years ago, it was 50 years. So, so it's been a long time, and it's been a very amazing time having Thakur for that long. So I'll tell you some funny things that happened in the beginning. When we took initiation in 1970, and then we decided to go to India, and we didn't have the money to do that. So we were lacking $900. So we were trying to think how we're going to manage that. And I went to school in Ohio, and I used to get a letter from the bank about that. And my husband said to me, "You check that out. And if you're not going to check it out, I will." So he did that. I did that, and I checked it out right away. So we were lacking, as I said, we were lacking $900. And very shortly after I wrote them, I got a letter, and included was a check for $900. It was just amazing. So it showed that Thakur really was eager to have us come to the ashram. And then we went to Europe and trying to make our way to India. And we had one of the people was French, and he told us, "Oh, you don't need a visa to Iran." So that was fine. And so when we got to Iran, everybody got off the plane or off the bus. That's what it was. Everybody got off the bus, but us. And we didn't know what was going on. And so there was this young consul there, and he was trying to explain to us we didn't have a visa. So we couldn't believe what was going on, and wow, we were very confused. And so then it was such a long trip from Istanbul to Oman that we would have to go all the way back to Istanbul to get that straightened out. And so I started to cry. I was totally demolished because I didn't want to go back. It was like over several days of having to go back. And so then the young consul said, "Why is she crying?" And so they explained that you'd have to go back all the way to Istanbul to get our visa for Iran. And so the Lord took over, and he decided to forget about the visa, and he let us go. It was two major miracles for us that made us able to come to the ashram. So then finally, when we went to the ashram, and we stayed in the home of Houseman, who was he was our victim, and then we finally met Sri Border, and my husband was very eager to find out who was the living idea. And so he said, "Well, Thakur said you have to have a living idea." And so now that Thakur is no more, who is the living idea? So he asked Sri Border. So Sri Border remained completely silent. And but my husband didn't give up so easily, and he asked again. He asked about 2 or 3 different times, who is the living ideal now? So finally, Sri Bora answered, and he said, you may take, he said to us, you may take me as the living ideal, but always remember that Thakur is the living ideal. Which was a really beautiful answer. So anyway, we stayed there in the ashram for 15 months because we were very impressed having Sri Thakur, Sri Bora there with us. We were very impressed by him. And we would stay with him for 4 hours in the morning and 4 hours in the afternoon. And believe me, our legs were really sore at the end of that. Really. And gradually we got used to that, doing that. So since we stayed for such a long time, 15 months, it was there were so many beautiful experiences had with Border that are worth sharing. So anyway, we stayed in this. First, we stayed in the house of Houseman and for a little while, and then in the meantime, Sri Bora was building a house for the Sayaks. That was all the Westerners. And so I was getting to be very impatient because we had to move from this place to another place to another place. And so I really, I finally went to Border and I said, when are we going to be able to move into the house? So he scolded me and he said, 2 or 3 months is not too long to wait. So I had got my big scolding there. But everything that Border would be telling me or would be sharing with me was appropriate. And so then we just stayed on, and there were trying to think which of these. Okay, I'll tell you the story about the necklace. One day, there were Americans that came that we all knew from New York. We lived in New York for 11 years, so we knew all these people, and many of them had taken initiation, and they all came to visit with houses. So at one point, Sri Bora came over. He had this necklace, and he said, like this. And I didn't like jewelry at all at that time, so I said no. So then I thought, that wasn't the right, I shouldn't have said that. And maybe I should have said something different. And so I said, do you want me to get one like that? And he became very firm and he said to me, you just leave that up to me. So I didn't say anything. And then several days later, he ended up getting me a necklace like this. And this is a necklace. So I became very happy, even in spite of the fact that I previously said that I didn't like jewelry. I was very happy about it and thought it was very special. So then several days later, this necklace fell apart. So I became very upset and I immediately went to Water and I gave it to him and he just took it silently. And in the meantime, we had these Americans that were staying there just for a few days. And one of them, and so what happened was Water decided to give a necklace just like that to one of the Americans. And I became very jealous because I thought I was more special, I guess. And I thought I had more love for Water because I knew this person wasn't really attached to Water. And it was not really a genuine kind of relationship. So I had a few negative feelings to deal with inside of myself. So then I thought to myself, what kind of a decision was it that Boredom had made? Because he knows all our thoughts, and he knew that this person didn't really have attachment to him at all. He knew it as well as I did, but he didn't care. He did, and so it was beautiful because I had to analyze, why is he like that? What kind of a person is he? He's such a lofty-minded person. He doesn't care if anybody loves him back or not. He just loves. That's his relationship with everybody. And so it was a big lesson for me. And then there were other experiences. For example, one day he told our friend, a boy, Pona boy, he said, tell his mama that I have to say no pains, no gains 10 times. So he came over to me and he said, you're supposed to repeat no pains, no gains 10 times. And I'm thinking, why is that? Why am I supposed to be saying that? And so anyway, I'm going, no pains, no gains, no pains, no gains, no pains, no gains. And then the next day I found out why, because my husband came down with a temperature of 103 or 104, and he had contracted typhoid. So I realized I must be gaining a lot, since that's what is happening. And it also alerted me to the importance of making name. I made an attempt to make name because I wasn't used to making name, or I wasn't really in the process of developing that. And I realized I better start doing that. So then anyway, time went by and we had a lot of beautiful experiences. The doctors were sent by border to see my husband, and they would come maybe 3 or 4 at a time to encourage him and to do different, to do some jargon to him, or to make him feel better and different things like that. And he ended gradually. It was a long-term period, long time that he got better. Even in the States, he was still recovering later on. But it made me realize that we never know when some adversity is going to happen to us. Nobody knows that. And you don't know from one day to the next when some sort of negative experiences or negative events will happen. So we have to make that name. The name is one of the most important things we're given, one of the most important tools we have to end up fortifying ourselves against adversity in the world, which can never be avoided. There's nobody who can avoid anything negative. And the only way we can fortify ourselves is with that name. So that's one of the big lessons. And then he asked my husband at one time, a very interesting question he asked. He said to David, why do you love me? And David didn't, he said, oh, because you're border. And border said, he answered him and he said, I love because I love. It didn't matter to him whether he was border or who it was. He loved everyone. It's a continuation of my other lesson with the necklace. His whole presence and his whole approach to life was to love. And so it didn't matter whether people deserved that love or whether the people performed for him to have that love. It didn't matter. So we even got, I'm just going to go through the people that we met. We even met Borma at that time. The following year, after we met her, she passed away. But she was still alive at that time. She was, I think she must have had a stroke of some kind, and she was in a horizontal position, and she had an attendant. And the attendant alone could understand what she was saying because her speech was sort of garbled. It was, I couldn't possibly understand it, but the attendant knew how to interpret it. So she went over to Burma, and she told her that we were there. And Burma, I'm very happy to think about that because it means a lot to know what Burma thought. And she said she was very happy to see us. And then the next year she passed away, and we were able to participate in the funeral. Susie Water was directing the funeral, and we were all given some sandalwood to throw into the funeral pyre, among other things. So let's see what the other. Oh, we also met Dada's eldest sister, Gordy. She was there, and we met her on the roof where Water used to, and where Dada used to live. And she had 2 children. We met them. They were young at that time. And one time it was raining, and we were there was nothing we could do. We just in the house with the rain and very overcast day. And one day there was a knock on the door, knock, knock, knock. And we didn't always answer the door because the rickshaw wallahs expected us to be super affluent and expected more tips from us than anybody else. So we didn't answer. But the knocking kept persisting. And so finally we opened it, and it was this attendant that had brought this beautiful big tray of delicious, they were special dishes, they had special cakes and different things like that, that were really, it was very special. We were feeling very happy about it because it was such a rainy day, we couldn't do any much else, and it was very thoughtful of her to bring that to us. We also went to the first Manipur temple, the first Manipur picnic, and that was the one special thing. And then we had some friends visiting us from the States, and they were able to attend to participate in Thanksgiving with us in the house. We're living in that house that Border has constructed for us. And we ended up getting a knock on the door, and somebody had made this fantastic, beautiful, delicious meal, and not meal, but many different dishes for us. It's so nice. And then what happened was that they were so happy to meet Border and also be in the ashram. They told somebody in the Peace Corps about that, and this person knew Carrie Grace. So Carrie was at that time eager to find out who had where he should go. He had was looking for a spiritual direction of some sort, and so he wanted to know what was happening there with them. And so when he found this good news that they had had a good experience in the ashram, he also he decided to come to the ashram. That's what made Carrie Grace come to the ashram. It's really, really wonderful. So one day we were going this way to see Border, and we saw another rickshaw coming this way away from the ashram. So we didn't do anything. We went to the ashram, and so as soon as we saw Sri Border, he said to us in a very sad voice, he said, "Now he is gone." He's very sad. So we immediately knew he was referring to Carrie. Of course, we never met Carrie before, but we knew that that's what he meant. So we ended up getting right away into another workshop. My husband had these fantastic intuitions. He went to the first hotel that he went to. That's where Carrie was staying. So it was really great. So we ended up bringing Carrie back to the house and trying to persuade him to stay with us in the house, which was very difficult to do. And but anyway, he ended up staying with us for several months before he moved into another place that was closer to Sri border. Anyway, so what did I say? We ended up having so many experiences with water. And the interesting thing is our relationship with water was very different from, in some ways, different from our relationship with Dada. And Water never wrote us anything, except maybe 2 cards he wrote to us for Christmas, maybe 1 card. But as soon as we got in the presence of Dada, we got this huge literature from him. I mean, huge amounts of communications, huge amounts, stacks and stacks of letters. It's so different. And it was so wonderful to have that kind of relationship with Dada. Of course, we were very, very happy with our relationship with Border. And it colored our whole life. Our whole life was totally colored by Sri Border's life. There was just, we were completely inundated with his thinking and with his approach to everything. So after Border's demise, Dada took over, and David even went to the ashram with Assis and Carrie at one point. And so we got, anyway, we had this big yearning to be in contact with him all the time. We just never wanted to be without it. And so at one point, we were supposed to stay for a very short period of time, and Dada sent us to Puri. And in Puri, what happened was that Gable got especially seriously sick. He was already sick, but that made, for some reason, I know it was a super cyclone in 2000. And so he was very, for some reason that affected him. And he ended up being very sick. So when we went back to the ashram, he asked, or Dada asked my husband, so how long do you want to stay? And we were supposed to stay for 3 weeks, and that wasn't satisfactory for Dada. And so he said, he didn't say anything. And then he said, okay, what? So then David kept adding a couple more weeks and a couple more weeks and a couple more weeks. Well, we ended up staying 5 months. It was so wonderful. And I know that every contact that Gela had with Dada was very significant because it really improved his health. And his health was a hereditary thing from his great-grandfather, and his uncle already, my husband's brother, already had similar symptoms. And so it wasn't something that you could just, well, let's go to the doctor and get you fixed. That wasn't the sort of thing. It lasted for years and years and years. So we had to deal with that, and we ended up, no pains, no gains. So we ended up having a lot of obstacles to deal with, and the best way to deal with obstacles was through the name we found. And by making that name, by repeating the mantra, we ended up getting, being able to become stronger. And really, it really is the solution to adversity. We ended up becoming less rocked by anything that bothered us. And even now, we haven't come to the end of the road yet. We still have lots of adversity with his illness, but he's off the prescription meds now, which is a big victory, and took a huge amount of courage on his part. And he ended up, he's not out of the woods yet, as the saying goes here, but he is definitely, for example, these prescription meds prevented him from laughing. He couldn't laugh for years and years. So when he ended up taking that, getting off that stuff, he started laughing. And I thought, wow, this is like the Lord's grace. I can't believe it. So even though he's not perfectly fine and totally cured, and Dad had given him hints also how to get off those meds, so we knew we were on the right track. So anyway, so I guess I've said enough already. If any of you have any questions, feel free to ask me. But the main thing is that we're very grateful to have Thakur. We're very grateful to have a name that makes you, actually gives you the tools to survive adversity. There's no other way to survive adversity but through the name. And we're just so blessed to have him. Sure.
So when I say that Gisela has a treasured house of experience, was I lying? No, of course not. She can go like this for hours and hours, and we can hear like this for hours and hours. I haven't seen Shri Bodda, but whenever I hear from her, I feel like I can picturize Shri Bodda sitting and talking to them. Thank you, Ma, for sharing such enormous experience that you have. It is I'm so happy to have you in Connecticut. I'm so blessed. Thank you. So moving on to our next song. And it doesn't need any introduction because it is from City Mothers, Connecticut Mothers. We have practiced a chorus song. So I would request Piali Ma, Kista Ma, Rosalind Ma, and myself. We will sing a song written by Jitiman Singha, and the music has been given by Mr. Rinkida.
हृदय कुंज में आओ ना, चेतन केतन में आओ मनोहर स्वामी सुंदर, आओ मनोहर स्वामी सुंदर, निशिदिन सुमिरन में हृदय कुंज में now मनोहर इस जीवन को आनंद स्वरूप है प्रिय परम करुणामय है प्रेमी प्रियतम करुणामय है प्रेमी प्रियतम करुणामय है प्रेमी प्रियतम अपने ही सुर में बांधो शरण में तुम मुझको लाओ अपने ही सुर में बांधो शरण में तुम मुझको लाओ सुधा निर्झर से शांत करो सुधा निर्झर से शांत करो विराज जीवन में हृदय कुंज में आओ नाथ चेतन केतन में आओ मनोहर स्वामी सुंदर आओ मनोहर स्वामी सुंदर निशिदिन सुमिरन में हृदय कुंज में आओ नाथ चेतन केतन में हृदय कुंज में आओ नाथ चेतन केतन में। Joy Guru for all your efforts, Connecticut mothers. Next, we move on to another speech. We have Shraddhanjali Ma coming all the way from Washington DC. Thank you for coming firstly, and we would like to have you speak for 15 minutes, Ma. Thank you. I welcome you to the first ever Connecticut National Satsang. The very
Jai Guru all. Very nicely, Mantra Samrani is going on. Rojalima told me to say something about Thakur. I told her that I never do jajan, I only do bhajan. I'm little bit scared to stand in front of everyone. Then I thought, no, it's okay. Then I thought it's Thakur's word. I'll try to do it. Actually, in Connecticut, it's a special place for me. When I came to US, I first stayed here, and I attended the first satsang in Connecticut only, Kisrama's house. It was a very memorable day for me. Then, actually, we are very fortunate to have Sri Thakur in my life. In our life, because he is our Guru, he is our living ideal. Guru means darkness, Guru means light. Who gives light in the darkness is called Guru, our living idol. So that I want to tell you here that why we need Guru in our life. First of all, I heard a story that I'll explain you. One cow was eating grass near a village. After sunset, she lost her way and she went to jungle. And one tiger saw the cow and he followed her and he wanted to eat her. So the cow was running. Then he jumped into the muddy pond. Then the tiger was following her, and he also went into the muddy pond. Then both are inside the muddy water. Then that time the tiger told that when I will be out of here, then I will eat you. Then that cow told that I am not. I heard some sounds of my owner. He is calling me, and this is the means. This is the thing. Means we have our living idol. So the cow has the owner. So he surrendered to the owner, and we also surrender near our guru. So this is the main thing. Which when personally me, when I face some trouble, I come across any problem, that time I think that my guru is with me and I can do it. And this is the confidence I got from my guru. So when with any challenges, any kind of problem I face in my life, that guru is the only person who can save me. So we are very fortunate to have a guru. Means I will tell my personal experience. Little bit about my father. First, actually, we have our guru means we have to love him. We have to keep faith on him, and we have to blindly believe him. Then we have to surrender near him. Then I tell about my father. He was the age of 65, and that time he was involved in the construction of the temple, Satsang temple near my home. Then that time he one day on the birthday of Sisi Dada, Pujiba Sisi Dada, that day it was a switch off, and he was doing from morning to the evening. He was working. After that, in the night, he got little bit less sensation in the left side of the body, the numbness. Then he thought it's okay in the night I'll sleep, in the morning I'll wake up and go to the doctor. Then he went to the doctor. The doctor told that he did the MRI and he told that a brain stroke happened to you, and one little bit clotting is there in your head. Then he said, okay, you just stay for 2 days here, then you can go home. Then he stayed 2 days in the hospital, then he went back home. Then that time doctor said, you may cause second stroke also. Then he went home. After 2 days, he got second stroke also. Then he went to the hospital. That time he was walking and going to the hospital. Then in the hospital, doctor told that the mid part of the brain was injured. Then doctor asked him that did you remember everything? He said yes. And then he asked that did you are you able to see everything? He said yes. Then what? Doctor was surprised. And that time actually in the 20 days he was in the hospital, and I was with him. And that time near to when he was sleeping, the head near here, I just put Thakur's photo, and the reason only I was doing the math continuously. That is the only thing we can do. So after that, doctor said you have no problem other than he got paralyzed also. Left side he got paralyzed. Then he then after 20 days we went home. Then he was doing the physiotherapy. Then after that 2 months he was able to walk back. Then the physiotherapy doctor also saying that means the first time I saw that you are a means what you are the brain stroke person. How come you are able to walk? Means very less time you are able to walk. So he told my Thakur is there, my guru is there. So he is only doing the thing for me. I am not doing anything. And that time, so some person, means some outside person, they are saying, why did it happen to him? Because he was doing the Thakur's work, was busy with the construction of the temple. How come it happened to him? Then that time, that thing only, father was feeding the same senses on the left side of the body. But he was involved in the Thakur's work, means the temples and collections. So he thought, my one day will be wasted, why I will go to the doctor and nothing will happen to me. But Thakur was indicating the thing, but he just ignored that. Then before 2 months also, he fell down from the bike. Yeah, he fell down from the bike and he also got the so that time also for the high BP, he fell down. Then he went to the doctor. Then that time he didn't want to go to the doctor. Actually, he thought that why I go to the doctor, just I will be means I will do the work, nothing will happen. Then this is the thing, means Thakur was indicating the same thing repeatedly, but sometimes we ignore it because we thought that we are concentrating on these things, we are doing Thakur's work, but Thakur is indicating because there is no mistake for Thakur. Thakur is doing the work, but we are only ignoring. But after that also, उनका दया असीम है, जैसे मतलब after that also he got saved from the rainstone. So, but now he is able to what he can do. So that thing only I am telling. The Satsang which was given at the time of initiation, that has the power of to do anything in your life. And after initiation, you can get what you have to do the Ishtabati prayer. So this is the when the before sunrise you have to do the Ishtabati. At the time of sunrise you have to do the prayer, and evening time you have to do the prayer. This is the discipline of our life. This is nothing, only the process of the life. Like we can do the better life, means disciplined life and then balanced life also. But because अभी बहुत मतलब लोग जैसे लेट में सोते हैं, लेट में उठते हैं, वो हम भी कर सकते हैं, मतलब हमें जब कोई भी रेस्ट्रिक्शन नहीं हो तो मन के मुताबिक हम काम करते हैं, मगर this is the process where we can get the discipline. So जैसे old days में लोग morning में उठते थे पूरा 4 बजे before sunset, they woke up and they do everything, and so that is a healthy life. And that time वो इतना तबीयत खराब वो सब नहीं होता था, मगर nowadays we are just doing in our own way. So this is the thing, when we get the initiation of the Thakur, we have a disciplined life. We are in a process to we can do the better life. Okay. And Thakur is the only one man that so many books are there for the so many gurus are there. But Thakur is the only one man. He gave he told us about the marriage, the education, and the children, how you how you can born the good child, and how you can do the education for the child, the good education. So many things Thakur only told only, and he wrote so many books for that only. So this is the thing. So I am telling this. So thank you for everything, and आपके शांति से मैं जीवन में मैं ठाकुर जी के चरणों में प्रेयर करती हूँ.
We have to cut you short. I'm so sorry, but we are running out of time. Sorry. We will invite Monisha and Priya. They came all the way from New York. They will sing Joy Radhe, and we will all join together, and we will continue our Mansalan. Please be patient. We are just about to end. Thank you for all for coming here. Thank you. Joy Radhe Radhe, Krishna Krishna, Govinda Govinda Radhe. Joy Radhe Radhe, Krishna Krishna, Govinda Govinda Radhe. Radhe Govinda 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 Radhe. Joy Radhe Radhe, Krishna Krishna, Govinda Govinda Radhe. Charo re mole kapod chaturi. वंदे पुरुषोत्तमम परम प्रेममय श्री श्री ठाकुर अनुकूल जी की परम प्रेममय श्री श्री ठाकुर अनुकूल चंद्र जी की परम प्रेममय श्री श्री ठाकुर अनुकूल चंद्र जी की परमाराध्या जगत जननी श्री श्री बड़मा की परमाराध्या जगत जननी श्री श्री बड़मा की परमाराध्या जगत जननी श्री श्री बड़मा की परम पूज्यपाद श्री श्री बड़ा की परम पूज्यपाद श्री श्री बड़ा की परम पूज्यपाद श्री श्री बड़ा की परम पूज्यपाद आचार्य देव की परम पूज्यपाद आचार्य देव की परम पूज्यपाद आचार्य देव की वंदे पुरुषोत्तमम वंदे आर्य वंदे मातृवर्गं वंदे अहं कृष्ण दैवतं वंदे पुरुषोत्तमम परम प्रेममय श्री श्री ठाकुर अनुकूल चंद्र जी की Joy Guru, we conclude the Matra Sammelan here and thank you all for coming. I wish you all a very week. I hope we all enjoyed it and I pray to the lotus feet of Shri Thakur for all your well-being and your idol-centric life. Thank you. Joy Guru.
Joy you all. So we are in a break now. We'll resume after the tea break. So there are tea, samosa, and some snacks that Sudarsana is preparing, and Maya is helping. So things are getting ready. We can take a break, bathroom break, and get freshen up. We'll have the tea break now. And the next program, that is the musical offerings, Sangeetanjali, will start at 6 p.m. Eastern time. And we have a very special performance today. So wait for that program. Join us.
তার আবির্ভাবের পূর্ণ লগ্নে কবলে অঙ্গনে অনিলে অনলে অনিলে প্রতিটি নির্লোকে প্রকৃতির সবখানে এপার ওপার দিয়ে আনন্দের উত্তাল
Suranjan bhai, sound not audible.
So next is Suvalakshmi ma'am. Oh, हो गया. Sorry. श्रद्धांजलि ma'am.
जय गुरु. जीव उद्धार विधाता हे, सर्वमंगल दाता हे, जीव उद्धार विधाता हे, इष्ट देवता पुरुषोत्तम प्रभु ठाकुर चरण में करूं प्रणाम.
Joy Prima. Such a wonderful rendition for the Lord from both Shraddhanjali and Surashima. Now, next we'll have dance performance by Dishama. Dishama, you can please take the stage. उसके बाद Prabhas, go in the center, just beside Gorida. Also, Dishama, also.
দেখো আলো এ আলো আকাশ, দেখো আকাশ তারায় ভরা, দেখো যাওয়ার পথের পাশে ছোটে হাওয়া পাগল পারা, এত আনন্দ আয়োজন সবই বৃথা আমায় ছাড়া, ভরে থাকুক আমার মুঠো, দুই চোখে থাকুক ধানো সময় রাজার মতো, হলো কাজের হিসেব সারা। বলে আয় রে ছুটে আয় রে তোরা, হেথা নাই কো মৃত্যু নাই কো জরা,
Beautiful presentations of the Lord. Thank you so much, Dishama. Jai Guru. Next, I would like to request Molika and Monisha. I'm praying to the Lord if you're doing the kirtan, I'll be very happy. Yes, absolutely. That's why the mic is in my hand. Right? such a wonderful kirtan. I could feel the entire energy standing right over here into the beat. Wonderful. So, would we have one more? No, once more, one more will character.
ये चीज सिग्नल स्टॉप करके एक बार स्टार्ट करें
Look
Joy, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much. I pray to the lotus feet of the Lord. Next, I would like to call upon Shrutima. Shrutima.
জয় গুরু এভরিওয়ান। এত এনার্জেটিক কীর্তনের পরে আমার গান চলবে নাকি জানি না, তবুও ঠাকুরের উদ্দেশ্যে করছি। কালে নব পূর্ণ নগরে তোমার কালে নবমী পূর্ণ নগরে তোমারি বিশ্ব প্রেমে পরম প্রতীক, বিশ্ব প্রেমে পরম প্রতীক, অনুকূল তব জয় তোমারি কালে নবমী পুণ্য নগরে তোমারি ধরণী উঠিল ডাকিয়া, কোথা তুমি ভগবান সংজ্ঞাহরণ পতিত পাবন, কোথাহে বিশ্ব বিজয়
দোষে প্রভু
জয় গুরু, জয় গুরু, জয় গুরু শুক্লা। খুব সুন্দর, আমরা সবাই জানি যে স্কুল থেকে এই উৎসব অ্যাটেন্ড করতে অপূর্ব। এবার সবাই রিকোয়েস্ট We have Shiprama and Subhalakshmi Ma doing a song together. Everyone join. Next, we have an international guest amongst us. I will not say guest list, but we have host from one of the Indian. We have respected Shukla over here with us today. So all he said that he does for us. So we're so fortunate to have this state for us. And Mukesh sir and Kinshukta sir.
অরিন্দর শ্রী শ্রী ঠাকুরের শিক্ষাকে কোটি কোটি প্রণাম। জগৎ জননীর শ্রী শ্রী পরম পূজ্যপদ শ্রী শ্রী বটগাছ শ্রী চরণ কোটি কোটি প্রণাম। পরম পূজ্যপদ শ্রী 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 জগন্নাথ কোটি কোটি প্রণাম। যুগ পুরুষোত্তম শ্রী শ্রী ঠাকুর ছড়ার আকারে অসংখ্য বাণী দিয়েছেন, যেটি এক একটি থিওরি আমাদেরকে মানুষ হয়ে ওঠার জন্য যা যা পরিপালন করলে আমরা হয়ে উঠতে পারি, বেঁচে বেড়ে শান্তিতে থাকতে পারি, তার এক একটি বাণী, এক একটি ছড়া। আর সেই ছড়া নিয়ে পরম পূজ্যপাদ শ্রী শ্রী বটদার নির্দেশে শ্রী নিখিল কুমার ঘটক তনুদার সুরারোপে ছড়ার গান তৈরি হয়েছে। নিখিল কুমার ঘটকদা সম্প্রতি ঠাকুরধামে গমন করেছেন ইহলোক ছেড়ে। নিখিল কুমার ঘটকদা জীবদ্দশায় দয়া করে আমাকে ঠাকুর বাড়িতে বসে ছড়ার গান শিখিয়েছিলেন। আজকে আমি ছড়ার গান পরিবেশন করছি। আমার খুব আনন্দ হচ্ছে আপনাদের মধ্যে এই আমেরিকায় এসে তার চরণে তারই বাণীর গান, ছড়ার গান নিবেদন করার সৌভাগ্য অর্জন করতে। জয় গুরু সকল। দিন দয়াময় ডাকছে ওই, দিন দয়াময় সবাইকে ডাকছেন, আসুন তার চরণে আশ্রয় গ্রহণ করুন। বেঁচে থাকতে, বৃদ্ধি পেতে, বেড়ে উঠতে, শান্তিতে থাকতে তাকে প্রয়োজন। দিন দয়াময় ডাকছে ওই, এখনো তুই ওঠে জেগে, জীবন গতি হয়ে ইষ্ট পথে চলে রেগে। দিন দয়াময় ডাকছে ওরে, দিন দয়াময় ডাকছে ওই, এখনো তুই উঠে জেগে, জীবন লোকে হয়ে কৃষ্ণ পথে চলে রেখে। জীবন লোকে রতি হয়ে কৃষ্ণ পথে চলে রেখে। এখনো তুই ওঠে জেগে, জীবন রতি হয়ে কৃষ্ণ পথে চলে। জীবন রতি হয়ে কৃষ্ণ পথে চলে। বাজার ঘুরে বাঁচতে গুরু নিষ্ঠা গেল জাহান নামে। বাজার ঘুরে বাঁচতে নিষ্ঠা গেল জাহান নামে। ভাঙবে কি তোর সংখ্যা মনে, হবে কি ভুলা জনমে। বুদ্ধ ঈশায় বিভেদ করি, রসুল কৃষ্ণে। বুদ্ধ ঈশায় বিভেদ করিস, চৈতন্য রসুল কৃষ্ণে। জীবুদ্ধারে আবির্ভূত হন, একই ওরাও তাও জানিস। সিদ্ধান্তে যে আসতে নারী, সিদ্ধান্তে যে আসতে নারী, অধিক জলন ভিন্ন তাহার আদর্শ নাই যে। ওরে সিদ্ধান্তে যে আসতে নারী, সিদ্ধান্তে আসতে নারী, অধিক জলন
বুদ্ধি ভিন্ন তাহার আদর্শ রাইতে তাই দিন দয়াময় ডাকে দেবই দিন দয়াময় ডাকে দেবই এখনো তুই জীবন হয়ে বিশ্ব পথে চলে নিজে সিদ্ধ না হয়ে যে লোকে মন্ত্র নিজের করে সর্বনাশ যজমানের ক্ষয় নিজে সিদ্ধ না হয়ে যে লোকে মন্ত্র নিজের করে সর্বনাশ যজমানের ক্ষয় সিদ্ধ নয় মন্ত্র দেয় মনে মানে করেই হয় নিজে সিদ্ধ না হয়ে যে লোকে মন্ত্র নিজের করে সর্বনাশ যজমানের ভয় দেবে দেবতা হাজার ধরে আচার্য আর ইষ্ট নয় আমাদের আশ্রমে অনেক দেবতা থাকে আচার্যকে আমরা ভুলে যাই ফলো করতে ঠাকুর বলছেন দেবে দেবতা হাজার ধরে আচার্য আর ইষ্ট নয় স্পষ্ট করো তোর জীবন চলায় নিঘাত হয় দেবে দেবতা হাজার ধরিস আচার্য যার ইষ্ট নয় স্পষ্ট করো বুঝে রাখিস তোর জীবন চলায় নিঘাত হয় পুরুষোত্তম আসেন যখন সব গুণী সার্থকতা পুরুষোত্তম আসেন যখন সব গুণী সার্থকতা তাকে ধরলে আসে না পুরু ত্যাগের ভিন্ন কথা তাই পুরুষোত্তম আসেন যখন সব গুণী সার্থকতা তাকে ধরলে আসে না গুরু ত্যাগের ভিন্ন কথা দ্বন্দ্ব বাধা বিঘ্ন করি দ্বন্দ্ব বাধা বিঘ্ন করি দক্ষ কুশল করিত লাগে গুরু রাগে পালনে যে পায় শেখাই করে দ্বন্দ্ব বাধা বিঘ্ন করি দ্বন্দ্ব বাধা বিঘ্ন করি দক্ষ কুশল করিত লাগে গুরুর কাছে পালন যে পায় শেখাই তো শিখে যাবে দিন দয়াময় রাখি ওই দিন দয়াময় রাখি ওই এখনো তুই জেগে জীবন রতি হয়ে বিশ্ব পথে চলে জীবন রতি হয়ে বিশ্ব পথে চলে
Joy Guru. We are so fortunate, Dada, to have you amongst us today and listen to this wonderful Charaga. We are at the very end of Sangeeta Niji, and in 5 minutes we will start with the main satsang. We'll just make the arrangements for the satsang and we'll be back. Dada, you're also.
नहीं आप इसको चार्जिंग में लग रहा था थोड़ी देर। এটাকে একটু চার্জিং এ রাখি কখন যে বন্ধ হয়ে যাবে।
जरूरत पड़ेगा तो आएंगे। ठीक कॉन्ट्रैक्शन इज डिजेक्शन, ठीक है यहाँ तक पढ़ेंगे व्हाट कैन गिव कॉन्ट्रैक्शन इज डिजेक्शन से लास्ट तक पढ़ेंगे व्हाट कैन गिव, ठीक है।
Ancho con color pues o allá ya ya eso como highlight
Dada, Surendrana, you're starting with the Guru Vana or the? So for the main starting also we start with the Guru Vana because we have 381. I'm requesting all the brothers and mothers, whoever can, if you can please come and sit over here. We'll start with the main satsang. Raja, you should come and sit. Slowly.
पेड़ चलेगा भी क्या से उधर से
लोग जो सत्संग ग्रुप में है किसके बारे में फॉरवर्ड कर रहे हैं
बस क्या चाहिए आपको?
आई वांट टू सी द प्रोग्राम कहाँ पे मेरा स्पीच है कब आएगा
दादा का स्पीच कब बता रहे, क्योंकि लोग
पता तो होना पड़ेगा ना।
पीपल आर डिसअपियरिंग, हम लोग इसलिए किसी को पता नहीं है। जेफ्री का स्पीच था
7:45
चले
don't take that. Don't take
स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं। स्कैनिंग है, स्कैनिंग में गया
उसको डिस्कनेक्ट कर
उलट गया बंद कर रखे इसको बंद करके फिर चालू कीजिए।
फोन में क्या सेटिंग है?
कैमरा सेटिंग है यार, कुछ नहीं। कैमरे की सेटिंग है।
कौन सा फोन है? आईफोन?
हाँ आईफोन है,
आईफोन 12
आईफोन 11 है बट 13 होता मेरे पास और अच्छा होता।
उसमें क्या मुझे दिखाई बाद में
चक्षुरुन्मिलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः स्थावरजङ्गमव्याप्तं येन विश्वं चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः चिद्रूपेण परिव्याप्तं त्रिलक्ष्मं सचराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः न गुरुरधिकं तत्त्वं न गुरुरधिकं तव तत्त्वज्ञानात् परं नास्ति तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः मन्नाथो श्रीजगन्नाथगुरु मदात्मा सर्वभूतात्मा तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः गुरुरादिनाथीश्वर गुरु परमदैवतं गुरु परतरं तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः ब्रह्मानन्दं परमशुभं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं दण्डातीतं गगनसदृशं दत्तमशादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्रं गगनमचलं सर्वधीशास्तिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं त्वां नमामि सद्गुरुं त्वां नमामि सद्गुरुं त्वां नमामि।
Joy Guru, maybe 5 minutes. পরম প্রেমময় শ্রী শ্রী ঠাকুর অনুকূলচন্দ্রের শ্রীহস্ত লিখিত সত্যাগ্রহ গ্রন্থ জানেন। সংকোচী দুঃখ আর প্রসারণী সুখ, যাতে হৃদয় দুর্বলতা আসে, ভয় আসে, তাতেই আনন্দের সাথী দেখায় দুঃখ, চাওয়াটা না পাওয়াই দুঃখ। কিছু না, সব অবস্থায় রাজি থাকো, দুঃখ তোমার কি করবে?
Satyanusan English version. Contraction is rejection. Expansion is delight. There is a lack of happiness in that which brings weakness and fear in the heart, and that is grief. Desire unfulfilled is misery. Don't expect anything. Be prepared for every situation. What can grief do to you?
পরম প্রেমময় শ্রী শ্রী ঠাকুর অনুকূলচন্দ্র's স্বাস্থ্য সদাচার English version. Prophylaxis is much better than cure. After contracting a disease, that is to say, prevention is better than being afflicted, which is not only true for a disease, but for all that includes non-beneficial potentialities. Mercy. We will now move ahead with the satsang. At first, we have a bhajan by Munishama and Molikama. Munishama and Molikama.
This is a very popular, so I expect everyone to join.
ভালোই যদি চান ওরে মন ভালোই যদি চান, ভালোই যদি চান ওরে
Such a wonderful kirtan to start the main satsang. I pray to the lotus feet of the Lord for Munishima Mulikama. Such a wonderful, wonderful beginning of the satsang. Next, we'll have a bhajan from our very own Satish Da.
সবাইকে আমার জয়গুরু। আমি পরম পূজ্য দাদা একটি গান চেষ্টা করছি ঠাকুরের উদ্দেশ্যে। জয়গুরু। চিত্ত আমার ভরে আরো ভোগ সতত পূর্ণ করিয়া, চিত্ত আমার ভরে আরো ভোগ সতত পূর্ণ করিয়া ভরিয়া যেন ভাসি সুখে ওগো সুন্দর যেন ভাসি সুখে ওগো সুন্দর নিয়ত তোমারে সরিয়া চিত্ত আমার ভরিয়া রব সতত পূর্ণ করিয়া সারা জীবন রাখো গো আমারে পূর্ণ জীবন আলোকিত কর সারা জীবন রাখো গো আমারে পূর্ণ জীবন আলোকিত কর সব ছেড়ে যেন তোমারে চাই সব ছেড়ে যেন তোমারি চাই জীবনের মাঝে গড়িয়া চিত্ত আমার ভরিয়া রহ সতত পূর্ণ করিয়া চিরদিন যেন গো দয়াময় আমার জীবন মাঝে চিরদিন যেন গো দয়াময় আমার জীবন সেবা করে যেতে চাহি গো তোমার আমার ক্ষুদ্র আধারে চিরদিন যেন ওগো দয়াময় আমার জীবন আধারে সেবা করে যেত চাই গো তোমার আমার ক্ষুদ্র আধারে চিত্ত আমার ভরিয়া রহ তত পূর্ণ করিয়া যেন আসি সুখে ওগো সুন্দর নিয়ত তোমার সরিয়া নিয়ত তোমার সরিয়া ওগো অনন্ত ওগো সুন্দর চিরদিন লীলা করো মনোহর যেন বলি তাই ভাব পারাবার যেন বলি তাই ভাব পারাবার তোমার চরণ ধরিয়া তোমার চরণ ধরিয়া চিত্ত আমার ভরিয়া রহ সতত পূর্ণ করিয়া সতত পূর্ণ করিয়া জয় গুরু
Joy Guru, Joy Guru. It's a wonderful rendition of the best feet of the Lord. We want to thank Radhu Chरण आपका प्रार्थना करी. Now we move on to a much awaited song for the day. So before I pass on to the singer is our dear Gabriel. This song that Gabriel will be singing was written for him by Param Principal Sri Dada. Gabriel
I sing, my Lord, I sing, I sing, I sing, I sing, I sing, the glory of my Lord, I sing, I sing, I sing. To all he gives happiness and peace, to all he gives happiness and peace, the light and life of every being. I sing, the glory of my Lord, I sing, I sing, I sing. He is my joy, he is my life, he is my way, the eternal goal. Loving him and serving him, I follow him forever. Keep worshiping, I sing, the glory of my Lord, I sing, I sing, I sing. I sing, the glory of his honor. I sing. All of our prayers he grants to us as we strive so we achieve. Never, oh never, never falter. I sing, the glory of my Lord. I sing, I sing. Is my life I live in him. The truest friend I've ever seen. There's no father, there's no mother, all his desire I find in him. Keep worshiping, I sing, the glory of my Lord, I sing, I sing, I sing, I sing, I sing, the glory of my Lord, I sing, I sing, I sing.
just Next, I would request Borisha to come here, take the mic. Jai Guru, everyone. Jai Guru, everyone. The song which I'm going to try today is a message, a divine message verse of our Supreme Beloved Sisi Thakur of Chandra. It is from the message volume 1, which has been musically translated by the divine blessings of His Holiness Param Pujyapat Sisi Dada. Please forgive my mistakes, and I will try to sing this song now. Being whatever, regret not what has happened by the impulse of your blind misfortune. Let not be a fear by the taunting insult of your actions, that have occurred by the enticement of the ignorant. Though depressing environment, shout, cheer up, be unquivered and deterred by the tendrils of passion to the ideals of beloved, whose love enters unquestionably top to bottom. Whatever ye may be, say no, sufferer, criminal, or sinner. Pervading all, install Him with all your purpose, with all your service, with all your love and emotion, with all the resources you have. Neglect to fulfill the narrow sordid interest from the universe in which you dwell. Only think of and think how to fulfill His interest. Move on doing and dealing accordingly, relating everyone with the message of love, hope and charity, and service that exalts. Put pioneer to the throbbing impulse of environment, and hear attentively the lingering music of the inner microcosm, with a rolling peaceful concert, a singing thrill. Peace, peace, be a peaceful. Joy Guru, this
This song was gifted by Param Pujyapad Sri Dada to Satsang America. Joy Guru everyone.
Joy Guru Guru Shankarda. This felt so energizing. We were all feeling like we were in a rock concert. You know? And this very song was, the music for this song was given by Reverend Govinda. And his team, they did this entire song when entire of India was on a lockdown. We had no way to go to Devghar. We had no way to see anything inside the ashram. And there was just one person who was walking through the ashram. It was like, getting to see the entire ashram through a song. We were so blessed. This was gifted to us in our last annual Utsav in New York. Joy. We'll proceed with the satsang. Next, we'll have a kirtan by our very own Taradda, Suman Bhai and Shomindruda. Taradda, Shomindruda. And Shomindruda. জ্যোতির দেখা দিলে মোরে আমি চিনে নেব তারে সুজন দেখা দিলে মোরে আমি চিনে নেব তারে ওই চরণ তাহার ধুইয়ে নেব প্রেমের অশ্রুধারে দেখা দিলে মোরে কাছে মোর বিলিয়ে তাহার পায়ে আমি চিয়ে নেব আমার সকল দায় কাছে মোর বিলিয়ে তাহার পায়ে আমি বুঝিয়ে নেব আমার সকল দায় আমার অহং মোহে হবে ছেদন একটি লহ মায় তখন যাবে সকল দায় তখন যাবে সকল দায় ভুবন আমার উঠবে তখন হাসি ভুবন আমার উঠবে তখন হাসি নিত্য তখন বাজবে মধুর মিলন বাসি নিত্য তখন বাজবে মধুর মিলন বাসি তখন ঝংকারিয়া কইবে আমি তোমায় ভালোবাসি তখন ঝংকারিয়া কইবে আমি তোমায় ভালোবাসি আমি তোমায় ভালোবাসি রে ঝংকারিয়া কইবে তোমায় ভালোবাসি রে আমি তোমায় ভালোবাসি রে তখন ঝংকারিয়া কইবে তোমায় ভালোবাসি রে তোমায় ভালোবাসি রে ঝংকারিয়া কইবে তোমায় ভালোবাসি রে তোমায় ভালোবাসি রে ঝংকারিয়া কইবে তোমায় ভালোবাসি রে তোমায় ভালোবাসি রে জ্যোতির্ময় সেজেছি গো 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 জ্যোতির্ময় We say this in every song that I love you. That I love you. In this specific song. So the idea request our very own to come and speak for. You have around 10 minutes before we start.
Joy grow up and good evening. It was a wonderful day. It was such a great to travel from Texas to join this satsang. And the beauty across America now, as we see, satsangs are happening, annual satsangs are happening. The connection towards Lord is growing. And I always say, jokingly, the population of satsangis are growing because a lot of new kids are born, a lot of babies are getting born as well, right? So I always tell them, but the beautiful thing is, today is in this satsang, that love towards our beloved Father Sushi Thakur, our teacher, brought all of us here in this particular place. As I always begin, my life actually started with that instant touch of current Acharya Dev. And I always remember that one thing he told me is, Raj, you can really work hard. You can do a good job. You can earn. You can make a living. But that is just a necessity. You have to do it. But with same effort, if you take Thakur along with you, carry that spiritualism in your life with the same effort that you do for your living, and make him as your living ideal, then your life will be balanced. And that one moment that I had with Acharya Dev has built me throughout my life. It's been many years, but every corner, every moment, I try my best in my ability and my capacity to do that. In some instances, I might not be doing exactly how it needs to be, but I always make my effort to listen to those words, because that is the only way to have a balanced life. In this world, think about it. I know we heard about a lot today about being and becoming. Our existence is in question nowadays. You think about it starting from COVID. Now the world is such an unstable world now. If you look around, whether it's Russia, whether it's Ukraine, you just heard the news in Japan. You look at the political situation in US, right? The existence is questioned now. So in this situation, having satsang and having that love is the most important thing that Thakurji has brought. And I will just tell you that one quote here, that one lady asked Thakur, God has already come to this world? That was the question from lady. And Thakur says, perhaps. He sits gorgeously, simple, wisely foolish, abnormally normal, and in some neglected corner of the world with an atom bomb of love in his hand. And we believe Thakur has come to this world with that atom bomb of love. The only thing that we really need to hold, that if we say that we got from Thakur, is to learn how to love, because everything that Thakur has said, we can read a lot of literature, a lot of things, but if we learn to love, it can fix everything, right? So once someone asked once Thakur asked, all this that I have is for whom? That was just a question. A lot of people answer the question in a different way, with their thinking, with their understanding. This is for the goodness of the world. This is for the betterment of the world. This is for, all kind of things. But when he asked that question to Sushiborda, the eldest son of Sushi Thakur, and he replied, all that is for me. So just coming to that point, all that for me, we can learn, we can lead, we can read a lot of things, right? I always look at Thakur, having Thakur in our life is self-correction. Every literature, everything that he has given us, if we utilize to correct ourselves first, myself, if I can correct with his teaching, and that is what only I think, then I can do a lot for others. Having Thakur is just, I always say, that's my understanding. Having Thakur is not just to live my life with my family. Having Thakur in our life, the way I understand is for others. How much time and effort we can put for the good cause of others, right? So Thakur has given such a beautiful thing, such as Thakur has given such a beautiful family, Sat Sangha. When I say Sangha, it's a family. It's a bigger family where we learn from each other, we understand each other, we build that bonding, we sit down together, we sing together, we eat together, and we're building that bonding among ourselves in each and every community to grow, existing in growth. Gaurita talk about being and becoming. What is becoming? Becoming is expansion. How we can expand ourselves. Does it mean expanding means I'm going to have a 2 brain and I'm going to have 10 hands? No. Expansion means all the activities, all the tasks, everything that I do in my life, I'm doing it to grow. I'm doing it to progress. I'm doing it to help other progress. Such a beautiful thing, right? And that's why we call Thakurji has come with the atom bomb of love. And love is the only thing that can fix. I know I can talk about Thakur very long. I know I came here with the intention to talk of different topic. Now I went to some different topic, right? But at the end of the day, I know I have 10 minutes. I will share one story. When I was talking about expansion, when I was talking about, expansion could be, I would like to see a good things with my ear. I would like to listen to good stuff, right? So I will just end with this thing. Acharya Dev just recently, Devghar, said, the Priti was telling me yesterday, that, there's a Ganga river. Ganga river flows. In that Ganga river, some people will take a bath. Some people will drink that water. Some people do different activities, right? But Ganga river is fulfilling each and everybody's activity as it's flowing. And also, Ganga river is taking everyone Like whatever is there, whether it's a good, whether it's a bad, whether it's a trash, whether anything is taking along and going to this and connect with the sea. And that's how we have to live. One of the things Acharya Dev says is, do not leave anyone. Bring them along. Just like that Ganga river. Carry on, move on. Do the good work of Lord. People can be different. People can say different things. We might agree, we might disagree, but at the end of the day, we have a common purpose, and who is Shashi Thakur. With this, I'd like to conclude here, and I know it's very short, but I wanted to make it short and sweet since 10 minutes is not enough. So I know we got about 3 minutes left, right? So again, let's keep connecting and satsang and utsav. You know, there is one story which I will say in Hindi. Thakurji said this in one of the, I was reading in Satwati. The Thakurji said that he was suddenly singing Joy Radhe Radhe song. And he just got quiet. And he says, you know, there used to be a Vaishnav Bhikshu who used to go and sing this Joy Radhe Radhe song with instrument, with energy. And they'll go to one house and they'll get bhiksha. And they'll go to another house and they'll sing a song with excitement, sing the glory of Lord. And then they will not get anything. So it didn't matter whether they got anything or they didn't get anything. But they did one thing. They sang the glory of Lord. Just like that, let's move on. Let's sing the glory of Lord. Let's celebrate the birth anniversary of our loved Lord in New York City. We have Utsav on September 17th. Let's meet there. And one of the special instructions that Sri Acharya Dev gave is, call everyone, talk to everyone, tell everyone to go to New York Center for that Utsav. That is what exactly he said. Joy Guru, and have a wonderful evening.
Joy Guru Rasta. Thank you so much. This was so deep, and your experiences that you shared with us enriched us. So we are 1 minute away from the prayer.
बार बार कर विनती राधा स्वामी आगी दया करो दाता मेरे चित चरण नमामि राम रहे बोला नहीं पाया वेदा काल करम के जाल में रहे भोग तुझेगा जब देव परम तो फिरे एक चारों खाने ज्ञानी योगी पिल रहे सब मन के भाने भाग जगा मेरा आदिका मेरे सदगुरु आए राधा स्वामी नामों का मोहे वेद जनाए ऊंचा से ऊंचा देश है अहो अधर ठिकानी बिना संत पावे नहीं सुत सौद निशानी राधा स्वामी नाम की मोहि महिमा सुनाए विरहन राग जगायो के घर पहुँचो भाई साध संग कर सार रस मैंने पिया भाई प्रेम लगा गुरु चरण में मन शांत नवाए तर पहुँचे रे कल रहु बस पिया घर जाई दर्शन रस निकल हो गाहे मन धीर गाए सुरात चढ़े आकाश में करे शब्द विलासा धाम धाम निरखत चले पावे निज घर वासा तेरा मेरे मन बसे रहे चित्त उदासा विनय सुनो कृपा करो निज चरण निवासा तुम बिन कोई समरथ नहीं जैसे मागो दाना प्रेम धार भरुखा करो खोलो अमृत खाना दीन दयाल दया करो मेरे समरथ स्वामी शुक्र करो गावत रहु नितराधा स्वामी तुम बिना कोई समरथ नहीं जैसे मागो दाना प्रेम धार भरुखा करो खोलो अमृत खाना दीन दयाल दया करो मेरे समरथ स्वामी शुक्र करो गावत रहो नित राधा स्वामी शुक्र करो गावत रहो नित राधा स्वामी बार बार कर जोड़ कर सविनय करूं पुकार साधु संग मई देवनित परम गुरु दाकार कृपा सिंधु समरथ पुरुष आदि अनादि अपार राधा स्वामी परम पितो है तुम सदाय धार बार बार भल जाऊं तन मन और चरण पार कै मुखले मैं गाऊं मेहर करे जस कृपा करो धन्य धन्य गुरुदेव दया सिंधु पुरन धनी नित्य करो तुम सेवा अचल भक्ति मही देव प्रभो दीन अधीन नाथ हाथ हाथ मान कर अब राखो नित साथ दीन दयाल कृपा निधि काम क्रोध मद लोभ सब विधि अवगुण हार में प्रभु राखो मेरे लाज तुमदारी अब मैं पड़ा राधा स्वामी गुरु समरथ तुम बिना और न दूसरा अब करो गया परत कश तुम दारे यति विलम्ब क्यों दया करो मेरे साईया देव प्रेम की दात दुख सुख कुछ बैठे नहीं झूठे शोर पार दया करो मेरे साईया देव प्रेम की दात दुख सुख कुछ बैठे नहीं झूठे शोर पार बार बार कर जोड़ पार सविनय करो पुकार साधु संग मई देखो नित परम गुरु दातार साधु संग मई देखो नित परम पिता दातार गुरु ब्रह्मा गुरु विष्णु गुरुदेव महेश्वर गुरुदेव परम ब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः अखंड मंडलाकारं व्यक्तं येन चराचरं तत्फलं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य येन शलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः स्थावरं जङ्गमं व्यक्तं येन कृष्णं चराचरं तत्फलं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः चिद्रूपेण परिक्रात्तं त्रैलोक्यं सचराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। नागुरुदीकं तप्तं नागुरुदीकं तप तत्त्वज्ञानपरं नास्ति तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। नाथ श्री जगन्नाथ मद्गुरु श्री जगद्गुरु मदात्मा सर्वभूतात्मा तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। पुरादिरननिश्च गौरपरमदैवतं गुरोपरतरं नास्ति तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। ब्रह्मानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमुक्तिं गङ्गातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्मादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलं चलं सर्वोऽधिसात्रिभूतं भवातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं त्वं नमामि सद्गुरुं त्वं नमामि सद्गुरुं त्वं नमामि। जय राधे राधे कृष्ण कृष्ण गोविंद गोविंद बोले। जय राधे राधे कृष्ण कृष्ण गोविंद गोविंद बोले। राधे गोविंद 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 सदा ठाकुरे। जय राधे राधे कृष्ण कृष्ण गोविंद गोविंद बोले। সাধুরে মন কপট চাতুরে বদনে বল হরি 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 নাম পরম ব্রহ্ম জীবের মূল ধর্ম ধর্ম কর্ম সাধুরে। জয় রাধে রাধে কৃষ্ণ কৃষ্ণ গোবিন্দ গোবিন্দ বলে। সাধুরে মন গোবিন্দ আশা অজপা নামে করুণে রাধে গোবিন্দ নামটি বদনে নয়নে সদা ভাসুরে। জয় রাধে রাধে কৃষ্ণ কৃষ্ণ গোবিন্দ গোবিন্দ বলে। রাধে গোবিন্দ 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 সদা ঠাকুরে। জয় রাধে রাধে কৃষ্ণ কৃষ্ণ গোবিন্দ গোবিন্দ বলে। সাধুরে মন কপট চাতুরি বদনে বল হরি 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 বল 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 হরি বল। হরি নাম পরম ব্রহ্ম জীবের মূল ধর্ম ধর্ম কর্ম সাধুরে। জয় রাধে রাধে কৃষ্ণ কৃষ্ণ গোবিন্দ গোবিন্দ বলে। সাধুরে মন ভবেদ আশা অজপ নামে করুণে রাধা বল 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 রাধা বল। রাধে গোবিন্দ নামটি বদনে রয়ে নয়নে সদা ভাসুরে। জয় রাধে রাধে কৃষ্ণ কৃষ্ণ গোবিন্দ গোবিন্দ বলে। রাধে গোবিন্দ 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 বলে সদা ঠাকুরে। জয় রাধে রাধে কৃষ্ণ কৃষ্ণ গোবিন্দ গোবিন্দ বলে। জয় রাধে রাধে কৃষ্ণ কৃষ্ণ গোবিন্দ গোবিন্দ বলে।
वंदे पुरुषोत्तमं वंदे पुरुषोत्तमं वंदे पुरुषोत्तमं। परम प्रेममय श्री ठाकुर अंकुल चंद्र जी की। परम प्रेममय श्री ठाकुर अंकुल चंद्र जी की। परम प्रेममय श्री ठाकुर अंकुल चंद्र जी की। परम आराध्या जगत जननी श्री बड़मा की। परम आराध्या जगत जननी श्री बड़मा की। परम आराध्या जगत जननी श्री बड़मा की। परम पूज्य पूज्यपाद श्री श्री बड़दा की, परम पूज्यपाद श्री श्री बड़दा की, परम पूज्यपाद श्री श्री बड़दा की, परम पूज्यपाद श्री श्री आचार्य देव की, परम पूज्यपाद श्री श्री आचार्य देव की, परम पूज्यपाद श्री श्री आचार्य देव की, सत्संगा की, सत्संगा की, सत्संगा की। वंदे पुरुषोत्तमं, वंदे आज पितृन्, वंदे मातुवर्गं, वंदे हम कृष्टि दैवतं, वंदे पुरुषोत्तमं, वंदे पुरुषोत्तमं। परम प्रेममय श्री श्री ठाकुर अंकुल चंद्र जी की। जय।
Joy Guru to everyone. With this we come to an official end of the Connecticut annual Satsang this year. With the divine blessings of Thakur, with the divine blessings of Param Pujya Acharya and everyone from the Thakur Parivar, we have been able to all come together to this day and celebrate our love Lord's 154th birth anniversary. Here in Connecticut for the first time, this is a historical event for all of us. This is very, very special for all of us. I would like to thank all of you from the core of my heart. I would like to thank each and everyone who has come from far and away to this place. All the respected Sahopratirithis of Sri Thakur, all of you have come from Arizona, from Michigan, from Texas, from New Jersey, from New York, to just make this day so special, to celebrate this day. And over here, the day that we have spent together, the day that we have all enjoyed together, this will remain in our hearts forever. I would like to thank each and every one of you who has traveled so far to make this successful. Thank you from the core of my heart. Joy Guru, Vande Purushottam. I would also like to thank the Vallabhdham Temple authorities for their astounding help to all of us in arranging this event. Especially Rajivji, we have known him for a long time, and he has helped us plan this so efficiently in such a short time. I must say that this, without thanking him, this event would not happen. And once again, to all the brothers and mothers of Connecticut, this is what you have done over the last 2 months. We had such a short time to give this shape. We had such a short time to come together. We have done everything perfectly from day one to this day. And I'm sure that we have been able to bring the smile and our love Lord's face. Joy Guru, Vande Purushottam to everyone. I pray to the lotus feet of the Lord for everyone's well. Joy Guru.